Apparently the Hangout did not register my click earlier. Because
You brought it on YouTube?
I clicked that button, and my levels are very quiet on there too. So I need to fix that. Why are my is this fucking thing taking fucking control of my?
Skype was probably messing with you again.
It might. No, it wasn't Skype that did that. All right, let's see. Recording 5.6 levels. Yeah, it turned my levels down. Okay, there we go. Checkity check. Oh, that's more reasonable.
Check. We sound fine on the stream, though, I think.
Oh yeah, because it's the 5.6 level on this computer that gets turned down automatically by the Google Plus Hangout, but that doesn't affect the sound that goes to the broadcast machine because that's a whole different machine.
Did you hear what Google is going to do with the new Chrome? Chrome is going to embed Google Hangout video, so you don't need a plugin anymore.
Oh.
Isn't that kind of nice? But only on, well, not yet. The Canary build's doing it right now.
Yeah. Well,
which is also 64-bit and supposed to be 25% faster.
Huh. Well, we'll see how that goes. Anyways.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, you know my old friend with the storage locker?
Yeah, did he go psycho and leave his inheritance of the storage locker to you?
No, but he also works in converting old formats to digital, and I guess he's done some, because he did some work at some conversion center in San Francisco. And when I asked him about, hey, can I check it out sometime? He basically said, you know, he kind of said, yeah, sure, but they're a little funny about letting outsiders in. It kind of,
whoa,
these are very antisocial people that don't have the best of hygiene, and also there's a guy there that likes arms, so make sure you wear a long sleeve shirt because he'll be checking you out. Yeah. And
wow, gators! You should go visit that place.
You know, it sounds like you know
what? Maybe he feels threatened by your skills, Gators, of the conversions.
Well, apparently, one of this guy's specialties, though, the guy with the storage locker, one of his specialties is conversion of 16 RPM records. It's one of his areas of specialty or expertise. And so he could go on a detail about which ones have what types of grooves and what types of needles to use on this and that.
He only has to do half as much, just not stereo, right? Those are all mono.
Well, the background music ones are mono, but there are stereo 16 RPM records. Like the ones that I have with the clock on the cover.
But when the had 16s, did they have stereo?
Yeah. Like you know the records I was playing? Which here I'll drop the needle back down. This is stereo.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I like
this
that
is
one.
mono. So some of them are stereo.
Oh.
Most of them are probably mono than stereo, but there are stereo. You know, the ones that I bought are the easiest ones to come by. They have a different color clock on the cover. I don't know how many of them are in the series, but they're all called "Enjoy an Hour in Stereo Land." Will Kennedy and his stereo orchestra, and apparently he wanted to prove that you could get high fidelity on a 16 RPM record. And the most common one to find is the one with the yellow golden clock on the cover. And, you know, those are the easiest to find 16 RPM records in my experience. And I have two of them that I found. I actually bought them off a guy on Amazon. And I got the one with the yellow clock and the one with the pink clock. And, yeah, so that's a good starting point if you want to, you know, kind of get your first 16 RPM record. Or the Bible. Bible's also easy to find on 16 RPM.
Well, I guess if you wanted to go for many hours, the Bible is probably the one to put on there.
Oh, yeah, you get a nice big old binder. Ooh, we got a little accordion going now.
This one's a good one.
See, why are you listening to this show when you could just be streaming Seaberg 1000 24/7?
Right now, if we listen to this show, though, we can listen to both at the same time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but do you want to listen to some cool music like this, or do you want to listen to some idiot rambling on top of cool music like this? You know, it's probably not a good idea to dissuade people from listening to the show. Maybe I should stop doing that.
I lost like 5 listeners. Can you play the Bullet Train backwards or something?
And speaking of people who know how to promote their show, hello there.
What?
Well, I was just asking people what would you prefer listening to? This show or this stream?
Gators, I don't hear them.
You know,
is there a third choice?
a third choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could call it on Skype. All right, so Mars
That's what I did.
Mars says he can't hear you. So now I need to figure out. All right, Damon, talk, and I'll look at what's going on.
I don't. Sorry, I'm eating fries.
You can keep muted. It's okay. I have no problem with
They
that.
call them like boardwalk fries, but they weren't made on the boardwalk.
All right, so
I didn't hear Mars either.
do you hear yourself
That's
looping?
fine. We'll just keep it muted.
No.
It's okay.
You don't hear yourself looping back?
No.
All right, because you're not coming. Okay, something's fucked up because.
What else is new?
All right, so Skype is supposed to use the 3.4 input, I believe, because that and Team Talk's supposed to use the 7.8 input.
Here we go,
Now, is
folks.
this the
Gonna
blue
start.
screens every time
and
they
it's
put it
using
on
the-
these-
And Skype. Oh, well, Mars, why didn't you tell me you were looping back?
No, I wasn't. I was fine when I was on Skype.
You should.
Now I'm looping back.
I don't hear Mars either.
Now I hear Damon, but I am looping back.
You shouldn't be looping back, though.
Yeah. Yep.
No.
Now batting. No, it was 72. Oh wait. Okay. And somebody's eating.
What the fuck is going on here?
I don't know. Maybe Damon has the speakers on.
Once again, folks, Gators is gonna lose his temper live on the air. We all know that's what you tune in for.
Yeah.
All right, you're supposed to be coming out 3.4. Oh,
Yes, I am.
you're coming out 5.6. Why are you coming out?
Why did I do that?
I don't know why you did that.
Well, you should move me around.
Skype fucked up.
All right.
I
Now
didn't do it.
you're all coming out and going
Okay,
into
alright.
the right place.
I don't hear myself. I hear Damon eating.
I hear Mars.
And this all happened before I lost my mind.
Okay. No. What? Oh, wait, Gators. You should play. You should play the song.
You know,
Play the song.
I credit.
Play
Well, it's in between songs right now.
No. The theme thingy. Damon's eating.
Oh, I still don't know where that file is.
Oh, damn it! What are you eating today, Bob?
Well, wait.
Whatever it is.
Wait. Let me see if the jingle palette button decides to work this week.
Watch it. Blue screen.
No. For some reason, that button doesn't like that file, and I don't know
Okay.
where it's assigned. Where I assigned it to.
Are you eating fried chicken?
No.
Oh wait, tortellini, spinach tortellini.
All right, let me do
That's pretty good.
Let
Should
me
have
do
that.
a search for every file with the word "eating" on my hard drives.
Oh, that's
Oh,
gonna be
God.
a lot.
Oh,
You're gonna see
here
a lot of Liam stuff probably with the promo or
Oh, first thing it comes up with.
what? Eating pretzels.
Of course, I need to turn that up, and I need to turn off my Seaberg stream. And
Oh, that was an awesome stream.
oh, we'll turn it back on.
Okay.
Now I lost my appetite.
Oh, all right. So, what were you eating today?
Well, what I'm eating is It's something I ordered from this place called Papa Grande Grill, which doesn't have a delivery fee, which is kind of cool.
That is good.
I'm eating what they're trying to refer to as boardwalk fries, and I have a barbecue burger, which, according to the description, is a hamburger, a cheeseburger with barbecue sauce and onion rings.
That sounds good.
Yep, that's about right. That's called a Western burger here.
Yeah.
Yep,
How is it?
they're delicious.
I'm eating the fries first.
Ah.
Yeah, the burger's good.
Yeah.
So, Damon, you been listening to the show any? Hear about my new hobby?
Masturbating?
No, that's an old hobby. I've been doing that since the 8th grade.
No, I haven't heard about your new hobby.
No,
I'm just tuned in.
16 RPM records is my new hobby, and I've bought some more today.
Gators.
I found I was able to buy, because I found out if you want to get the Seberg background music 16 RPM records, there are two types of people. There are the type of people that think that they're worth gold and list them with buy it now prices of over $100 for 10 of them, and they sit there forever unsold. Or there's people that sell them for really cheap because it's just a useless record and they get bought really quick. So I've been keeping my eyes peeled every day, and so I've got 10 of them on their way here.
Do you have a disease?
I love weird technology.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You were that kid that owned the Apple Lisa, weren't you?
No.
Or the IBM PC Junior?
No.
I liked PC Junior. That was a cool system.
I had a computer in my room, but it wasn't like I had the choice over what computer would be in my room. Not until I got
porn. That's all I cared.
Not until I got into high school and worked a summer to save up to buy my first Pentium, and I haven't been the same since. Although I did start trying to figure out how to hook up a turntable to the sound card on that Pentium and record, records and tapes. And mind you, this was before I had a CD burner, or before MP3 was a thing. So I don't know what I was going to do with these WAV files once I recorded them into my records, but I was trying to do it.
Right.
Did you use Microsoft Sound Recorder?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's still in Windows 8.
Well, actually, I had someone that had a cassette of a Grateful Dead bootleg that was recorded very quietly and only in one side of the tape.
Nice.
So I recorded it into the computer. I boosted the volume up, and I since I recorded it as a mono file only on one side, I was able to play it back and record it onto another cassette tape, basically double mono, so that you could actually hear it in the center. And I gave the tape back to the Deadhead, absolutely loved it, and sung the praises of how awesome I am with a computer and sound and audio.
Nice.
So
now, meanwhile, you boosted the volume, so all the tape hiss was boosted along with the audio.
Yeah, but at least I didn't have to turn the volume up. It still sounded like ass, but they didn't have to turn the volume up all the way to get the ass sound. Now they can get the ass sound at a lower volume, and twice as much ass, and another generation of tape.
Yes.
Yeah, so I really didn't. I mean, in some ways,
you didn't really do him any favors.
Well, he was happy, so I did do him a favor. Now, we're pointing out all the flaws with this, but we made some sacrifices to make some improvements. We were able to make the sound come out of both speakers and be louder. There was a generational loss there, and it was still a shitty bootleg, but mind you, these are people that had thousands of cassette tapes of the same band warming up for hours at a time. Because that's what the Grateful Dead do when they go on stage. They warm up, the people clap, they warm up some more, the people clap, and then the show's over. And I'm there wondering, are they ever going to get to any songs on this tape?
They're called the Jam Band, Gators.
No, I don't. I like some of the Grateful Dead. I'm just going over the top for Huber. I do like Eyes of the World. I do like it when they get into that song. And then they go off into a jam, and I turn it off.
And wait, you're going to... Hold. I got to call you out, because you listen to shit that has no frigging melody, rhythm, or anything.
To be fair, they have a free rhythm and a free melody.
No. So you're gonna criticize a band for jamming on a set scale?
No, I'm gonna point out that they jam. Not necessarily criticizing. The Grateful Dead has had a very successful career and has made a lot of money. Whether or not I like their music, you can't argue with the fact that they were very successful at what they did. Mm-hmm. And I do actually own several things of the Grateful Dead.
Right.
I've got the DVD audio of American Beauty because it's got a 5.1 surround remix on it.
Of course.
I never did get around to getting the DVD audio of Working Man's Dead, which I'm kicking myself for not buying it when I could have. But I do have an ISO image I downloaded of it, so I could listen to that if I wanted to. And I do have 2 vinyl copies and 1 CD copy of Anthem of the Sun, which is my favorite Grateful Dead album.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, why do you have 2 copies?
Because there were 2 different mixes.
Oh, of course.
They remixed it in the 70s. The CD has the original mix on it. So I've got a vinyl of the original mix.
Let me guess. They added reverb to it in the 70s.
It's just a different mix. There's certain differences in the mix. The original mix is the one that made it on the CD. That and the one that came after it, Oxamoxua, I think that's how you pronounce it. That one also got remixed. But for some reason, the original mix of... on CD, Anthem of the Sun only has the original mix. The remix was never released on CD. For Oxamoxua, only the remix was ever released on CD because they lost the master tape of the original mix. Now, actually, when one of my coworkers gave me his record collection, one of the records in his collection was an original copy of Oxamoxua, which has the original mix. So I do have a vinyl copy of that as well, which I've filed in with my stuff. And, of course, you can find better quality bootlegs of it than the beat-up record that I got from my coworker.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, so, I tease the Grateful Dead, but I like your stuff.
And Mars, I love listening to you type on your keyboard.
Oh, anytime.
Now, do you have like your microphone propped up on the table that your keyboard is on?
Yeah.
Do you have a maybe a square of foam? Something of a dampener, maybe.
What we're basically trying to say is we don't want to hear you type.
Well, no.
Okay.
No, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to say that we all have the same goal here. I wonder who this could be.
Not having to listen to you beat the living shit out of your keyboard like it's a child.
Hello. Actually, I'm barely touching it.
Hello.
That's what's.
Hello. Who we have on the line?
Papa Grande.
Papa Grande.
Papa Grande. I delivered the food to the Damon de Fabrio. He did stiff of my driver, not giving no tipper.
Actually,
Oh my goodness.
Skype sounds like an awful lot like Dune.
What the hell? What the hey?
See, you're already screwed up because I paid through Grubhub and I added the tip.
Oh.
The Grubhub. I don't know why.
Give it up, Dune. You lost.
I went to all the trouble to find this background music.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I'm starting to rub off on you. First, it's the background music that you start finding. Then you start thinking, hey, maybe that Obamacare's not so... Wait, no.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Back off, Dune. I mean, not
exactly what's going to happen.
Sit. You're not my burger. Sit. No.
But it's not a party until Brian Blues has joined the group. Hello there.
It's a party.
Yeah. So, how's it going, Brian?
I couldn't get through Skype. First of all, I had to look up my password again. And I couldn't get through, and then I checked, well, it's this new stupid app.
Oh.
They did a major rewrite of the app, and, I was offline. It just said call failed. Well, shit, I was offline, and it didn't say that.
Oh, we lost Papa Grande.
Papa Grande?
Yeah, that was Dune's identity this week. You know, Dune calls him with a different identity each week.
Oh, yeah.
Damon ordered some food from Papa Grande, so Dune called it as Papa Grande, asking where his money was. But
Is it a good New Jersey pizza?
A burger, Western burger, and boardwalk fries.
That sounds like a name for a pizza place. What are they, stupid?
Papa Grande, I was thinking more like a burrito place. Oh, and we lost Damon now. So,
well, if you're in Texas, it would be a burrito place, but...
Well, even here it would be a burrito place. But, no, but... Oh, and we've got Damon back on the line, I think.
You did it again, Gators.
I didn't do anything. I added to group, and Skype.
And it put me on hold.
Oh, well, fucking Skype. You know what? Skype forced me to update on Sunday, and now add to group puts people on hold temporarily, and it's supposed to immediately switch them over, but I guess sometimes it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, so that's what Damon's eating.
You're gonna
today.
have to do some hate tweeting.
Oh, you've been following my tweets, I take it.
Oh man, alive! Oh, so did these antivirus people call in?
No, they
or if
haven't.
they're listening, hello, antivirus people.
Hello, Avast.
We love you.
Suck. I hate you. Die. Die, Avast. Die.
I can't believe they didn't call in. I've never heard of them before.
I've only been
you want to get your name out there.
I have.
You get on. You answer invitations to radio shows.
From
the
angry guy that's typing profanities in all caps at them.
Yeah, right.
I wouldn't call that number. That sounds like a trap to me. But of course, we now need to ask Brian the question.
Of course, it wasn't. Well, as I was dorking around with Skype, I ate my oatmeal and it's done. So I'm down to my coffee cup.
I see. So it's what have we eaten today? Maybe should be
right. You'll have to update that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did we have? Yeah. What was for breakfast?
No, Gators. No.
No. Don't worry. I'm not going to start recording it right now mid-show. Brian has told me he finds that boring when I start doing audio production during the show. So.
What is going on in the background?
I don't
Mars.
Not here.
Mars, are you?
Is that Mars?
Are you hanging out in a dryer?
You know what he's doing? He's emulating airplane repo.
So, Brian, guess which computer died today?
I have no idea.
Well, there's this big-ass machine. Let's call it the alligator.
The alligator.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like alligator. And there's this big-ass console with computers in it that controls the alligator. You're not following?
You talking about at work?
I'll talk about at work.
Alligator.
Ater. Something ater.
Yeah.
Thing. You know the stuff that we sell? Where does it come from?
Oh, from you're kidding, the alligator?
Well,
how old is that machine?
15 minutes before I'm supposed to clock out and get out the door, and you know how I am on a Wednesday, I got to be out the door right on time. 15 minutes, I get an email from someone in production saying, hey, the monitor on that has died. Could you get another screen out there? Now, mind you, there were 2 screens built into this thing, and one of them died years ago, and it uses a VGA connection, so we were able to just put a new monitor on top of the console, fish the wire through it, and hook it up, and that's been fine for the past few years. But I didn't realize that this was the second one that was embedded into the console that had died until I got out there with the monitor, and I found something like a COM port connected to the back of it. And I basically told them, you're out of luck unless I can find an adapter tomorrow morning, but I'm leaving now. Well, I didn't say it like that. But it turns out it wasn't the monitor that died. It's the computers died, but they got a tech coming out tomorrow morning.
How old is that computer, I wonder?
Well, I know when Eddie was looking to get a mouse working on it, he asked me about Windows 3.1 diskettes. So it's that. Dan,
doesn't fit very well.
Mars, could you mute when you walk away?
And was that a fart?
No, that was thumps and thuds, and Mars tries to be as noisy as he can when he's not talking on mic.
By the way, hey Mars, what does retipping? What does that word mean?
Ask Gators what retipping means. He's the one doing it.
No, retipping a stylus for a turntable or a.
Oh.
Now, I stuck it on a cardboard box So if anything, it's going to make it louder.
Oh,
Cardboard box. Listen to that.
all right. I'm turning Mars' levels down. He could just be quieter.
Mars, how long have you been doing this?
Doing what?
Being disruptive.
That's the answer.
Doing what? Gator show?
Being disruptive.
Oh,
Oh, for my entire life, but that's standard. Here, let's see.
You know,
Okay.
Mars is a nice
this.
guy, so he can get away with more.
Killian,
Yes,
my
sir.
hand. You know what it is? I
Okay,
just
can you hear
finished
that
my
now?
dinner.
So,
Can you hear that?
Yes, much. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
well, that's
God.
it's still awful, but we'll deal with it. You know what? Next time I swing by your place,
You know,
I will bring you a square of foam.
we need these.
Oh.
There's these things called broadcast standards that we no longer adhere to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Damon. Do you really have to tell me about broadcast standards on the station? Really?
Apparently, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. I
Not
don't
just
care.
you. Not just you. Believe me.
All right.
Okay. This is Gator Show. Do we
Rockin'-
care about broadcast standards?
Rockin' Like AG writes in, I'm eating pot brownies. Woodchuck
Oh.
writes in, ooh, you are live. Yes. After screaming at M Audio Tech Support, they made some suggestions of things that I could disable in the BIOS, and I also tried updating the BIOS. And knock on wood, things seem a little more stable at the moment, but we'll see if I blue screen or not.
I have. I have 65 pounds of dog in my lap right now,
Hello, Killian.
who's just eagerly licking my hands because of the remnants of odor of food.
Here, boy.
He can't hear you.
Hey, want a cookie? Want a
He
cookie?
can't hear
Want to
you.
go? Hey, dogs have super sensitive hearing.
I have a headset on.
Yeah, dogs still have very super sensitive hearing.
Actually, he was funny because he was in this exact position that he's in right now, just about 10 minutes ago, and I said to him, I said, "Come on, Killian, give me a hug," and he jumped up and put his 2 paws across my shoulders.
Nice. You've trained him.
Yeah.
So-
And then now what is he doing? Oh, he's apparently trying to go after the remnants of piece of lettuce.
Oh, he just wants the lettuce. He didn't want to give you a
Well,
hug.
What's happening? Look, see, because when I was cleaning the lettuce
There.
out,
That'll teach you.
Okay.
like one part of the piece of lettuce fell on the ground, and within the thing was in midair, and he was moving for it. This guy is quick. You stop it. Stop it, or I will put you in the crate. It's past your bedtime.
Any new news about the dog this week? I know we just talked about him on Sunday, but
Not really.
no.
It's been like 90-something degrees with humidity, so probably closer to 100. So you don't really
Ooh.
want to take a lab for a walk in that kind of weather.
No, you don't. That sucks.
So he is staring at the remnants, which is basically some lettuce and tomato.
Oh, he's looking at that going,
He's
mine.
looking at that. He's just sniffing. He's
That's
licking
my
my
dinner.
fingers whenever I go near him, because my fingers probably smell like the barbecue burger I just ate.
You know, dinner came for you, and he's like, "Where's mine? Where's mine? You bring
Yeah,
one for
it
me?
is.
Where's mine?"
No, he has his own food. I don't know if lettuce is poisonous for a dog or not, but I don't
Damon,
think it should be.
if your owner,
No, lettuce is fine for animals. We give the dog, our Pomeranians, regular lettuce all the time.
Okay.
Damon, if you were owned by a dog that was responsible for feeding you, and the dog ordered itself a Western cheeseburger and fries and gave you a bowl of dog food, I think you'd be jumping for that burger too.
Maybe so, but he's not allowed.
Well. So, Brian, what's new in Singapore this week?
Well, it's hot. Oh, wait a minute. That's always.
All right, come on, down.
No, nothing.
That's cool. Yeah, so let's see. I'm back this week because I was not here last week, and I'm going to be in Salt Lake in 2 weeks. So we got a show this week, a show next week. But
Going to Utah, huh?
yeah, going to go to Utah, hang out with the Mormons. because they know how to party.
Oh, absolutely.
They got special underwear just for partying. Now those
Is that
are
true?
well, yeah. Actually, that is true.
All right.
You
Come
know,
here, sit.
they party every Sunday morning in their special underwear. That's what they do.
Come here. Sorry, I'm trying to settle the dog down.
Okay.
So and the Mormons are back here in numbers.
Oh,
Right, enough.
they are?
Yeah. They, after we went to California for Christmas and got back,
Stop.
didn't see any Mormons at all.
Huh.
But just in the last couple weeks, see them all the time.
What are the
So they must have a fresh batch of missionaries.
Wait, so you mean visiting Mormons or resident Mormons?
Well, they're resident in their these are kids that are doing their 2-year deal. You know about Mormons, don't you?
Well, I know they go around like shoveling snow and handing out books of Mormon, and because Gothard.
Yeah. They do this missionary deal.
But I didn't realize they traveled to foreign
countries. Every young person does this for 2 years.
Why wouldn't they, Gators?
Well, I thought they just went around the local neighborhood. I didn't realize they actually traveled for 2 years.
No, they go all over the place.
I didn't realize this.
Gators,
they go on a big mission. This is a big organized deal. Oh yeah, it's huge.
Well, I know they're huge. I know their religion.
You can tell them a mile away because they wear black pants,
right,
white shirt,
right,
and typically they have a shoulder bag, and they wear a name tag. I mean,
Gators, they carry their home on their house.
Here comes, and they come in pairs. So here comes the Mormon.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just remember we had a pair of cute Mormon chicks that knocked on our door one time, and
yeah.
I was very friendly to them, but I turned down their offer of a Book of Mormon. They well, actually, we already had one. Because
it's not like they update those books often.
Because someone gave one to Kristen, so when they came knocking on the door, and they're like, "Oh, hi, I wanted to give you a book." I'm like, "Hey, Kristen, we already have a Book of Mormon, right?" Yeah, I already have. Oh, that's my favorite book. I'm like, "Oh, really?"
Are you allowed to read any others?
Well, I think the Bible's okay too. I think those are the two big ones. But
only if it's on 16 RPM.
Oh. I wonder if you can get the Book of Mormon on 16 RPM records. I always see the Bible on eBay on 16 RPM records, but never the Book of Mormon. What's up with that?
Well, you have to wait
Discrimination.
for the plates. Get the golden plates, you see.
The
golden plates.
And you put them in a hat, and you see, South Park taught me all I know about Mormons.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. I missed that part.
Well, yeah, I don't know that South Park did everything 100% accurate, but supposedly they put the golden plates with the stone into a hat, and he starts looking into the hat and go, "Ooh, I see it glowing!" And he's reading out the Book of Mormon that's being transcribed. And
back in December, early December, before we left here, actually I met some women Mormon missionaries, and I didn't know that women missions were sent out as well.
Yeah, well, I knew they were sent locally because they.
The thing is, of course, they don't wear the standard uniform. They have, dresses below the knee, blah 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 blah, and a name tag. That's the only thing. If you see them from the front, you'll see the name tag. But other than that, they kind of blend in. Of course, actually here, of course, white blonde typically doesn't exactly blend in.
Right.
Well, except for the Asians that are blonde and tall, which kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, that sounds different.
That's a little different.
Yeah, that does sound different.
Of course, you do usually see the black roots, so, hey.
Uh-huh.
So, no roots might be a Mormon.
Well, but it's the other facial features that are obvious as well.
See. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like if you're looking from behind, if you see, no roots, it might be a Mormon.
I see. Yeah. Right.
So.
What is this? Like the Jeff Foxworthy thing now? You might be.
There you go.
If you wear a name tag. Yeah, but so I'll be heading to Salt Lake in 2 weeks or 1.5 weeks.
But one thing about Mormons, I have to say, is that they are very friendly.
Oh, they are. That is one thing about them. They
Yeah.
are.
But you know that they don't take anal.
This was not a big. I didn't think this was a big deal to you, Dave, and I thought it was Mike Ellis that would be nitpicking over things like that.
I'm not nitpicking. I'm just saying they don't take anal. Really, it makes no difference.
But also, like if you meet some Mormon person and have a nice friendly conversation, say, hey, let's get off the street and go to this bar and have a beer. They'll decline. They're not that friendly.
They're not. Well, what if we go to a bar that serves soda? You have a soda, I'll have a beer.
What are they not allowed? I don't think they're allowed to even step into the establishment or something. I don't know. Maybe they're not. I have no idea.
In Salt Lake City, you're not going to find many bars.
Yeah, Gators. That's a dry town, man.
Well, but the thing is, I read that things had changed some in Utah because there used to be like establishments that would serve alcohol. At one point, rules were so strict that they had to serve you. They couldn't serve a mixed drink. They could serve you the materials to make a mixed drink and an empty cup, and then you had to mix your own drink.
You got to mix your own rum and Coke, dude.
But apparently they were able to modernize the laws enough to get past that. And they used to have like this thing that would separate the bar from the one side of the bar from the other side of the bar, this like window type of thing. And the drink would be served out through a little window in there. And I remember one place actually had a celebration when they finally were able to rip that out and get rid of it because of some law changes they able to got through. So there is alcohol.
I thought you were going to say something along the lines of like they had the men on one side and women on the other. I'm like, that defeats the whole purpose of going to a bar.
No, it basically you couldn't talk to the bartender.
Oh.
Because the whole bar was walled off. And the drink had to be served through a hole once it went.
But what I kind of never, sorry about that, but I just don't quite understand is, in fact, why didn't people come up with this? The Mormons are known to have fairly strict drinking rules, and some of them don't understand fully, right?
Right.
So how did Mitt Romney get videotaped or recorded by his bartender? I didn't know Mormons had bartenders.
I didn't know Mormons had video cameras.
Well,
I don't think his bartender is Mormon.
Well, I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
And it was actually a cell phone anyway, probably.
I'm thinking
who doesn't have a cell phone other than the Amish?
Well, I'm thinking maybe Mittens likes non-alcoholic mixed drinks and has a non-alcoholic bartender.
Mittens?
Well, that's his full name, right?
That's his name, yeah.
Mittens Romney. Mitt is clearly a nickname. And yes, I know his real name is Willard, but I'm going with Mittens.
Oh, my God. President Mittens we almost had.
Yeah, we dodged a bullet there.
Jeez. I don't know about that, but,
You really think he would have been any better than Obama?
Can he... Dude, Killian can run this country better than Obama, okay?
What's Obama done that's so bad?
You don't have enough time. We're not getting into this.
David, you forget which show you're on. We have plenty of time.
We have time. Do you have what?
You forget. You forget this is Gators.
To be totally fair, we put the president on the pedestal either with a halo or with horns. And the dude doesn't actually qualify for either.
No.
Nobody that's been on that pedestal or on that in that office really has had a halo, and nobody has really had the full-on horns.
Well, W maybe though.
Only to the liver.
The debate could go on. Tricky Dick. I'm not a crook, Tricky Dick. You know, I mean,
But he was a crook.
he had the tail growing. You know,
Okay.
he
All
had
right.
the nose, but you know, I mean,
But no
you know,
horns.
these are features that most politicians have.
I see.
I mean, one politician farts, and the guy in the other party makes a big deal about it. Hey, man, it's just a fart, right?
Please, I wish Obama had just farted.
Well, sure.
Okay. Oh, okay. Name one thing Obama's done you don't like.
Everything!
That's not one
Well,
thing.
Everything!
Give me a specific.
Everything!
Give me a specific
Obamacare,
policy.
the IRS, the Veterans Administration. He lives, he breathes, he takes up my air.
Now,
Fuck him.
Now, Obamacare was fucked up by Congress.
Oh, sure. Here we go.
And actually, that's more a piece of work of Nancy Pelosi rather than Obama.
Yeah.
All I know is we've had these debates.
Obama is
years.
just the guy at the end of the line with the pen that signed it into law.
Basically,
Yeah,
Obama was
that's
like, "Oh, all
Mr.
right, close enough. I'll sign this piece of
Close
crap."
enough, not even close.
No, it doesn't go far enough. Exactly. I'm pissed off about it too.
Look, they're all shit, okay? I mean, Obama's just the one at the top of the food chain. But believe me, I can go all the way down. You're all assholes. Everyone on both sides of the aisle, you all suck. You're ruining this country. Get the fuck out of my Congress.
Thank you. That sounds better. That's the statement I want to hear.
But Obama's the one who's at the top, so he gets most of the fucking bullets fired at him.
He doesn't even have that much power. I mean, the Congress is more to blame than the president.
Oh, Mr. Executive Order Obama. Yeah, okay.
Well,
he's not passed any more
Oh,
executive orders than any other president.
Oh, right.
Excuse me. Why does he issue executive orders? Why does he do that?
Who
are you asking?
Because the
Simple reason.
the split
He
Congress
can't
won't
get
do a damn
anything
thing.
out of Congress.
Yeah.
So he just writes it.
And if W would have done that, Gators, you would have been up in fucking arms, messaging the White House.
W
like
passed
yeah,
plenty.
and how
W
many executive
passed
orders
plenty
did
of
Bush
executive
write?
orders. He
I
passed
don't
How
plenty.
many executive orders did Bush write?
I don't know. You have a number?
I'm
He wrote,
Googling it.
I don't know what the number is, but he wrote plenty.
They all do, but it doesn't make it right.
Exactly. That's all right. They all do. That's how the game is played.
And it doesn't make it right. If you're going to say, why do we have a Congress and a Senate if you're just going to write an executive order and bypass everybody? That's called dictator.
There's limits to what you can do with
That's
executive
what you have
order.
a Supreme Court. That's what you have a Supreme Court for.
There's limits to what you could do in executive order.
Based on the shit that I've been reading, man, Obama's just really extended those limits further and further out.
All right, in 2001,
Look.
All right, here we go.
Lincoln knew that signing the Emancipation Proclamation was a big-ass deal.
Yeah.
And he decided, what the hell, I'm going to do it.
291.
And he got away with it.
291. That is how many executive orders issued by George W. Bush.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Okay, and how many for Obama?
Let's find
Keeping in mind that we're only, 6 years in? Something like that?
So you should say about
Let's see.
two-thirds.
Let's see. 182.
All right, so he's got 110 to go. He can do it.
But the
He can do
point is that
And he may end up with more.
and the thing is I bitched a lot about George W. Bush, but I don't recall bitching about executive orders or executive orders in general. I couldn't even tell you what the executive orders he signed were. You know, at this point, it's a pissing contest. Hey, you're passing this. It's just conservatives are going to hate because he's a liberal. Plain and simple.
I'm neither.
But
okay,
they,
I'm
but
neither
they act like Obama's some great evil, unlike anyone on their side, and that's just bullshit.
They're all evil. I just don't think Obama. Look, Obama's evil, just like the rest of them, and those who try to exempt him from that evil are full of shit.
I think.
Okay, so here we go. November's coming up.
Uh,
Who do we elect? Who do we put into Congress?
Killian.
Who do we got?
We elect my guide
Who's
dog.
the good guy?
My guide dog's running for president. I'm starting the exploratory committee now.
Well, this isn't a presidential
Well,
election.
actually,
though.
in the town of
Whatever.
there's a town in California that decided to elect Bosco the dog.
Oh, nice.
See, precedent's been set. Killian, you're going to be a politician.
Oh, hey, Reagan.
Yeah.
Reagan, 381 executive orders.
Well, I guess it all depends on what.
Oh,
those
by the way, Bosco, is dead. So.
But
dead when he was elected.
But I think the issue isn't the number of executive orders, but what's in the executive orders. Now,
That's
you
what I just said.
You bitched about executive orders, but what executive orders did you not like that he's passed?
I don't know the exact. I only see like.
You don't know.
I only see. Look, I see random things on Twitter. Okay, which
reputable resource of political.
Yeah, in fact, the typical one doesn't even say what executive order. Yeah. When people bitch about regulation and stuff like that, they never say which regulation they hate. And I've gone on with, which specific regulation they have, and they kind of go into a vague. Come on, give me give me one, and usually you can't get that.
You have to understand one very important thing, okay? I don't follow this enough. I just, because I get pissed when I read shit. And I have enough things to be pissed off about right now. And I don't need to be any more pissed. So I see random things, I read them, I get angry, and then I repress them because I don't want to stay angry.
Well, I think it comes down to two things. You got one side of the aisle that is spending way too much of our money, and you got another side of the aisle that doesn't give a shit.
Enough.
That doesn't give a shit about human decency or
All I gotta say is we have bigger problems in this country than what the Washington football team is calling itself. But this seems to be the big fucking debate lately.
Well, that's a great distraction from. I mean, here's the question: what's really happening that they're trying to hide from us with that?
Well, that's my point. Like, who's complained about the Redskins? I don't think the Indians are.
That came out of nowhere, really. I was like,
what the fuck?
Oh,
like,
that is the perfect political dodge.
Exactly.
Let's see. We don't want to talk about anything real. Oh, so
meanwhile, while they're focusing on this, they're probably sneaking some bill through Congress that's going to take away our right to have penises or something.
I think they'll take away the internet before they take away. Well, if we don't have our penises, what do we need an internet for?
Yeah, because we all know the internet is for porn.
Well, that and cat videos. So I guess we'll be only have cat videos from now on then.
Well, look, case in point, I'm going to totally derail this.
Okay.
The internet is not just for porn; it's also for food shopping, or at least that's what I've been trying to do with it. Could someone please tell me if $7 for a box of fish sticks is too much?
That sounds a little steep.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I haven't bought a box of fish sticks.
Okay, Gators, go on peapod.com, peapod.com, and type fish sticks into the search results, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Peapod it's based through Stop and Shop, and you can get groceries delivered. And since I don't have a reliable network of support
they're not
anymore,
my area, so they won't let me.
Oh,
shop.
really? Oh, that blows.
They asked me my zip code. We're sorry, the Peapod grocery delivery service has not yet reached your area. But
put in my zip code.
All right. Let's see if I can back up. All right. What's your zip code?
08901. Because that's really giving away my address. You're all going to know I live in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Big fucking
All
deal.
right. Well, they want me to either sign up or give a username.
Oh, they want you. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Let's see. No thanks, Skip. Let's see if it lets me do it now. Oh, here we go. Fish sticks.
Fish sticks. You'll get about 7 or 8 results.
Yeah, we got Gordon's fish sticks, the 44 count. No, it's a big bag, so that's $8.50. We got the 18 count for $6.50. We got Dr. Prager's fish sticks, lightly breaded, all natural 14 count. That's $4.49. Mrs. Paul's fish sticks, extra large 30 count, is $7.
That's the one I was looking at.
That's a 30 count.
Uh-huh.
Now, I've not priced a 30 count of fish sticks in a while. Let's see what they're going for at Safeway. Let's see. Fish sticks.
Yeah, Mars? Marge sounds like he wants
I'm just thinking, I just think Gators needs to play some music from the old Wheel of Fortune when they're selecting items. I'd like a microwave oven for $3,000, please. I'd like the $500 gas grill. Close enough, I guess.
Yeah, this works.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Grocery delivery. 1 hour delivery window. Start here. Oh, they want me to sign in. Damn it, I can't get a good...
Wait, what are you doing this with?
I'm
sorry, I was watching He-Man.
I'm trying to find out how much fish sticks cost from Safeway.
Wait, He-Man, which one? The 80s one?
Of course! That's the only good one. The other ones suck.
Yeah. I actually
Hulu Plus is good for 80s cartoons. So...
I actually bought those on iTunes.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let's check out Amazon.
I'm not surprised. It's good.
Let's check out fish sticks on Amazon. We've gone from politics to fish sticks.
Hey, you know, I had to take this away from crazy chaos.
Are you ordering tartar sauce with this, or are you doing the mayonnaise and pickle relish mix?
I don't know. I eat them dry.
Let's see.
Ew.
Oh, it's good like that.
Apparently this there's a book.
Yeah,
called
like the was it the Van Camp's fish sticks? Those are pretty good.
Fish sticks lure enhancer. Fish sticks board game. Fish tales, real life stories that help you transform your workplace and your life.
Oh God.
Yeah, I thought they sold food on Amazon.
I don't think they sell.
Yeah. You have to go to pantry.
It's
Amazon
limited.
Pantry. Yeah, you have to go to the pantry section, Gators.
Where's... All right. Choose department to store.
There'll be a big link on the main site that says Google or Amazon Pantry.
Let's see.
That might not be in his area.
I don't see pantry, but I've seen food on Amazon before.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's
do the search for Mountain House.
Mountain House.
Mountain House.
Yeah, on Amazon.
Okay. Mountain House freeze-dried food, 1 pouch. Mountain House.
That
you can get it by the bucket.
Yeah, you can. You get a.
That's for preppers.
Oh,
oh my goodness, Brian, you and your preppers.
Brian loves the preppers. He's, you know, I think last time he was in this country, we went to lunch. He was talking about something he saw on TV about a prepper.
Well, there is that show. I think it's still running. Doomsday Prepper on Nat Geo.
Right.
Yeah, they still
Talking
play
to
it.
different people that are getting ready for the big one.
You know what? I'd rather die at this point than
The only
like that.
episode I saw that was cool, some guy owned a missile silo out in the desert somewhere,
cool.
and he brought his date there. It was hilarious. They had he had a blind date, so what he did, he actually blindfolded her, brought him to his missile silo, which was his home.
Yeah, I love that.
And I don't get laid. Why?
I don't know. You don't have a missile silo, apparently.
I guess not.
You need a missile silo in the desert.
Oh my God.
In the mid '60s, okay, in the mid '60s, I was about 10 years old. There was a family in our church, which was relatively conservative, but these guys were the extreme conservative. They built, because we were waiting for the bomb to be dropped, they built a bomb shelter in the backyard, and we got to tour it.
Yeah.
And of course, as 10 years old, that was just fucking awesome, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They had shelves there with some food supplies and stuff like this. But looking back at the preppers of today, you kind of go, that was pretty rudimentary. And, shall we say, if you survived the blast in your little in your little hidey hole, you wouldn't have lasted that long. Eventually, you'd be running out of food and water, and you'd be coming out and being irradiated.
Or oxygen.
And they didn't have gas masks and radiation suits and all that shit either. So they weren't really prepared to do anything except for delay death.
At that point, you're better off just being vaporized in the blast.
Yeah, kind of stand out there and wait for the wave to hit you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now see,
thank you for tuning into a
here's the
comedy
way
show.
I look at prepper from a practical standpoint, and that is, let's see, the East Coast has this big storm coming. It may be the first hurricane. Oh, you guys had Hurricane Sandy a couple years ago. You've had other wicked storms. It's like you need to be prepared for that type of event.
Right.
You might be
Well,
out
that's
of
a
power.
standard hurricane procedure.
And I
though.
think
That's the thing.
some people probably are more prepared
and that's what it should be. It doesn't need to be all of this, piles of stockpiled and shit and guns. Well, of course, if you were in Katrina and you went to the Super Bowl, I think you'd want to have the Superdome. I think you would want to have had a gun there because it was freaking nuts. If you've read any stories about the Superdome at Katrina, you would say this.
Yeah, you needed to be armed for that.
Yes.
Either that or any Raiders games you go to, you have to be armed. So, it's standard procedure.
Well, that's what I've heard.
But that's the same thing. That is the same thing. Yeah.
Speaking of sports, is anyone else glad that this World Cup bullshit's finally over?
It's
not over.
I thought there were 8 more teams.
No, it's not over. The USA's out, but it's not over.
I care as much as I ever did, which is, not at all.
You know what I like about the cable channel that I have, the cable outfit out here?
What's that?
Is they let you pick and choose the bundles, and the bundle that I did not choose is sports. So I don't get it anyway.
Yay!
Said I had the History Channel, so I can watch the Pawn Stars and the Pickers.
There we go.
There you
The
go.
hell you play in the background now, Gators?
Oh, that was New Frontier by Donald Fagen. I figure we're talking about, Prepper and Bomb Shelter or whatever. That would be a fitting background song.
I see.
Gators, you need to outfit your car like the car in Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. I think that's what you need to do.
Well, I did have to do a little work on my car recently because, like last week...
Did you put racing stripes on the side?
No, I put
It'll make it go faster.
I put air...
he's too busy buying 16 RPM records.
No, I put air in the tires.
Wow.
What about a spoiler in the back? You should put a spoiler.
No.
One of those really high ones.
Oh, our call got dropped. Let's see if we can get Brian back on.
Who? Oh, Brian.
Brian got dropped. But no, well, my tires were looking a little soft. Oh, we got Brian back?
Yeah, well, I don't know what happened.
I don't know either. Got dropped.
Yeah.
But, so my tires were looking a little soft. And, because I was thinking, well, let's see if I can find, do gas stations still have free air? Turns out, no. No, they have air for quarters. And I didn't have quarters there. Well, there was one gas station that said, free air for paying customers. And I had already filled up with gas at the Costco down the street when I pulled in there. So, you
could get a car wash.
I guess I could have tried to squeeze another, 50 cents of gas into it and said,
How about a car wash? That's paying, right?
Here's 50 cents. Now let me put some air in those tires, which would have saved me a quarter. So, anyways, so I figured, well, fuck it. I'll just go to Walmart and buy like a cheap air compressor, and then I can just do it myself whenever I want to. So I buy this $25 air compressor, which has a digital readout on it that will automatically tell you the tire pressure as it's filling it up. Of course, my first tip off that something was off here should have been when the instructions said, don't rely on that. Verify your pressure with a gauge after you're done filling your tire. So
then what's the point of putting the damn thing on there in the first place?
So that you have an idea of when to stop. This way you don't have to put the thing on, fill it up, take it off, check it, put it on, fill it up.
Lord.
This gives you a ballpark figure. But let me tell you, it doesn't give you a ballpark figure. Because I put the thing on there, and it told me I had 11 PSI in the tire, which is ridiculously low. And I was like, holy shit, I don't think... Is that right? That can't be right. But I turn the thing on, and I fill it up till it says 35, because that's what the internet told me I should put in the tires. And I took it off. I get my handy tire gauge out, and I check it, and the thing had filled it up to 50, which is also known as not 35. And meanwhile, the thing on the tire said, don't go over 51. So I was pretty close to the maximum that this tire could handle. So I was kind of thankful I didn't burst the tire, and I learned my lesson there. Keep a close eye on cheap compressors. So I let a bunch of...
Maybe
But
you test it in
it
centigrade
did give you
gators.
air. It did give you air.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it gave me air, so it's useful for
Yeah.
that. It's useful as long as you don't pay attention to what it's telling you.
Well,
So,
you have
Gators,
to pay
maybe it's
attention.
doing it in
Be
centigrade.
responsible.
yeah,
That's right. You're a Democrat, right?
right.
You don't know what personal responsibility is.
Oh, fuck you. Yeah, well, anyways, so I let up air out of the tire, so I got it down to 35, and I figured out on the other 3 tires that 20 is the magic number I fill it up to when using the compressor.
Oh, good.
So,
You got a method. That's great.
yeah, so I fill it up till it says 20, I verify it with my gauge, and I'm good. So now I have air in my tires.
Also, a $25 little air compressor.
Yeah,
Wait.
Plugged in the wall or in the
it
cigarette
plugs
lighter?
into the cigarette lighter.
Let's analyze this
Cool.
properly here. Okay? To save yourself from having to pay 25 cents for air, you went and bought a $25 air compressor.
The 75 cents.
Whatever.
Well, I didn't have quarters on me, and this way I don't have to find quarters anytime I need to fill up my tires. Plus, this way, if the tire's low, I could do it whenever for free.
Wait.
Anywhere. Yeah.
Based on that
You know,
logic,
how many times have I gone out to add some air to my tire, and you go to the first gas station and the damn machine doesn't work?
yeah, right.
So
The next place it doesn't work.
$25 for an air
next
compressor
place-
is not bad.
Oh, it works, but yeah. And actually, California went through a deal where there was a law that passed. They started installing vending air machines, and there was a law that was passed. Oh no, you can't do that. It must be free.
Oh,
So they all took out the vending portion of the machine, and so then it was free for a while. And then I guess that law expired or something, but now they're being converted back to, pop in that little vending.
yeah, that's what I'm finding.
Gators.
Go ahead.
Gators, based on that logic that you just said, about how you don't want to have to, I wonder if there's a cheap $25 solution so that I don't have to keep finding quarters to do my laundry.
Well, no, you're not going to find a washing machine is a bit more expensive than an air compressor.
And because
Well, there is actually your sink.
No.
Put some detergent in your
How
sink.
many households that have how many single family homes do not have a washer and dryer in it?
Well, I live in an apartment complex, so. And
how many people in an apartment complex get a washer and dryer?
Well, I don't know, but it's not even the issue.
Look,
the thing is, I don't mind paying for laundry, okay? But the problem with my apartment complex is they make the laundry machines take quarters only.
Right.
But they don't put in a machine to change dollars for quarters.
And I know this because I every few weeks I've got to stop by the bank on the way home from work and give them a 20 for 2 rolls of quarters.
Yeah. Well.
Excellent. You got a perfect solution.
That works for me.
Well, there's a bank
and hey, Gators, I take that all back. That's taking personal responsibility.
Yes. I just don't keep them in my car. But Damon, you're trying to say?
Well, the problem is, there is a bank within walking distance. There's several, actually. I only really learned about these things recently. And the one bank is right on my block, but I could never find the entrance. So now I know where the entrance is, but now my problem is that it's 90 degrees without the heat index, which drives it over 100 degrees. And you're not taking a lab out in 90-degree weather for a walk.
No. Well, is it accessible via the cane?
It is.
Okay.
Which I may very well have to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
But I know what you mean, because to me it is a hassle. It's just one more thing I got to keep track of. It's like, I got to make sure I have enough quarters, and because if I don't stop for quarters on my way home Friday, I'm out of luck.
You got to keep in mind, for you, it's you walk in, you go right up to the teller and everything. I gotta. It's everything is like Christopher Columbus discovering America for me. Okay, so I gotta find the entrance to the bank now. So I find the entrance to the bank, which means I gotta walk across this little sidewalk, step down, cross the parking lot, which you know how people drive in a parking lot.
Oh God.
Get to the other side, find the door, enter through the door, then try to find the teller. So I'm standing last time I did this, I had Killian with me, standing on the inside of the door in this oasis of space, all these quiet voices around, customers trying to, open accounts with a bank and yada, yada, yada. So eventually someone, looks over, sees the bewildered blind guy with the hyperactive seeing eye dog, and will eventually take me over to the counter to get the change. So, and then I got to find my way back out the door, across the parking lot, back to the sidewalk, walk back to my apartment. So by the time I'm all done, I feel like I'm Magellan, circumnavigating the globe.
I see. Well,
So which nickname would you like, Magellan or Columbus?
I don't know.
I say Amerigo
We ought
Vespucci.
to,
I don't know if I want Columbus because the idiot didn't realize he didn't land in Spain
well.
right.
or in India.
All right. Magellan it is then. Woodshop writes in, I paid extra to get the apartment that has in-unit laundry, but other than that, I'm waiting for them to start taking credit cards like the pop machines do.
See, that would be beautiful.
Here we have the RFID things. You pay for it, and then you tap it, and it gives you the money at the laundromat over by my own apartment.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that because then only people in the complex could use the laundry room on the complex. Because I swear on the weekends there are people there that I've never seen before hanging out in our laundry room.
Wait, there's a vending machine, like a drink vending machine that takes a credit card?
Apparently, I've not seen one myself.
That's cool.
But that
Yeah,
doesn't
I've seen
surprise
it.
me.
They have them at school.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that because
Yeah.
all vending machine companies are run by the mob, and they probably collect your PIN number.
They also have some that run NFC now, so you tap your phone on it and go.
Yeah, that sounds
Here I'm thinking that being able to request songs on the jukebox at the bar through my phone is cool.
Well, that is cool.
Gators, I wonder if you could do that on your phone. You should see if they have that Touch Tunes app for your phone.
Oh, it is an iPhone. They probably do.
Well, no, I think they make it more than just the iPhone, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
This is what Gators is what you should do. You should find a song that you like, that no one else likes, and see if you can request it on every single jukebox in the Bay Area.
Here's the problem, because for one, the problem with that is if you buy credits, the credits are only good at that particular establishment that you select.
Oh, that's bull.
Yeah, that's the only downside of it all.
Okay, well,
so like I buy credits for Harvest Moon. I can only use those credits at Harvest Moon.
Well, you do need to have limitations or controls in place on something like that, so that you don't get some jackass. Because then it'd be like payola on the radio. People pay money to promote their songs, so you'd have record companies buying a bunch of credits to force their songs out in establishments all across the country.
Right.
If
you can only buy up to 48 credits at a time.
Right. You got to put limitations in place to prevent jackasses from abusing it.
Because Gators, think of it. If you won the lotto, this would be awesome.
But Gators, money talks, man. Money talks.
Yeah.
Fun. Think about
it. Always will.
Think about it from this perspective.
But then, of course, you're a Democrat, so you don't understand that.
When you walk
I understand that. I just oppose it.
When you walk into a place that has a regular jukebox and you put money in that jukebox to request songs, you can only play the songs in that jukebox. It's the same concept.
Sure. Right. There's you can't open it. If you open it up to the world, you can buy credits and make a song play any jukebox in the country. People would exploit that.
Because imagine, it would be awesome, right? Imagine this: you win the lotto. Now this is what I would do: Gators probably do like. What is it, PBQ Rock, whatever it is,
PBQ
and just
Rock?
have that play. That play on every single jukebox in the Bay Area over and over and over and over and over again for like a week.
Of all the
you
strange
would do that with
things,
Gators.
Of all the strange
do you
things
think that,
I listen to,
do you honestly think that Katy Perry will buy a song for every jukebox in the nation?
She doesn't need
to. Hear her
Yes.
roar?
No, but I think
She
her.
would,
I think her
but
label
yeah.
would if they could.
Yeah.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Well, I think that if you have, I think that jukeboxes are meant for the people that are in the establishment enjoying the music.
Look, if I'm in a bar,
not some big record executive sitting
No,
behind
hold
a
on.
desk.
Hold on.
Hold on. No, let me talk. Brian asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. I think a jukebox is meant for the people that are sitting in the building that the jukebox is in to pick songs. So I think it should only be controllable by people in that building. I don't think a record executive should be allowed to force their music on a box in another place.
But you're the guy that thinks that a real recording device should be in a cylinder.
No, hold on. I'm gonna back Gators up actually, because I could say this: it's hard enough to get your songs played when 3, 4, 5 people are rolling on the jukebox. Now, if I gotta compete with some assholes who's not even in the bar to get to hear songs I want to hear,
that want to force their music on you. If I wanted to have someone's music forced on me, I'd turn on the radio.
No, see, and that makes sense. They should have a proximity thing for the jukebox. Have like a GPS thing or something.
Right, and
so
for all I know, they do.
Log into this thing, when you log into this thing, it shows you all the bars in your area that have this Touch Tunes thing. Okay. You pick the bar that you're at, and you buy the credits, and those credits work at that particular establishment, and only that establishment.
I think it's good.
Here's the other side of the coin.
And it has.
How many times you've walked in a bar that has a jukebox and there's nothing playing?
So what is that?
Nobody wants to put a quarter in the damn machine.
Well, they made an app for it, and that has revolutionized the jukebox industry, apparently, from what Damon's telling me he's observed. Dune points out that it does have a control. It uses a geofence to make sure you don't do it from somewhere else. So you have to actually be there.
Good, because honestly, if I'm going to order something, I'm going to be in the place to listen to it.
So I was saying it should have those controls, and I wasn't saying that they don't have those controls and they should have it. I just said I think it should, and I hope it does. And Dune's verifying that, yes, it has those controls in place so it can't be exploited and abused. So that's good with me.
Because I think I actually did try to, because I just wanted to look at this a song list, and I wasn't at the establishment, and it wouldn't even let me pick anything.
Right. Oh, we lost Brian's. Oh, that's why I was able to get my thought out. Brian's call got dropped. Oh, not that I'm saying he's too chatty or anything, but
no, you're not saying that at all. No
one in this room is too chatty at all. No,
not me. No,
none of us here.
Well, I'm going to take my too chatty ass and get off the phone.
Oh, you really have to go?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, hey, what have you learned from this experience here?
I've learned absolutely nothing.
Well, you have learned about shitty-ass background music from... No,
I've known about shitty-ass background music for what? How long have you been on this network now? 8 years?
This is a new type of shitty-ass background music I've just brought to your attention.
Yeah, all right, fine.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks for calling.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, well, that was Damon, former owner and former proprietor of the No Holds Barred Radiola Network. And we've lost Brian's call.
Where'd Brian go?
Oh, and his call didn't reconnect.
Where's Brian?
I don't know, but you know, I'm gonna take this opportunity right here to hit the pause button on the Seaberg 1000.
Are you gonna play a Quizbix commercial? Because that's gonna be a good time to play one.
I don't have one handy, but
can't count on you for anything, Gators. I see.
But we're gonna go to a little break here.
A break! Watch more He-Man.
Oh, we got you back on the line.
Yeah, dang it.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
That is. Well, Damon...
Okay, so, all right. Here's the compromise position. Allow outside people to buy music for pumping it in your face, but he gets a lower priority. So if you're a local guy, and it buys, you're in the place, you buy the tune, your tune gets bumped up on the list. So if we're listening to Katy Perry, and you go, oh, well, I'll put up with this shit, and then, boom, there goes my tune.
Well,
bumping the line over the big nasty corporation.
It's an interesting thought that we will discuss further when we get back from this break, because I got to go refill my coffee mug.
Okay.
But
oh, I thought you had to potty.
That's an interesting idea. So we're gonna pick that up once we get back from break here.
All right.
Please don't ever think I don't love you when you know that I really do. Don't you ever think I don't love you in your heart, you know it's true. So take some time and free your mind. Let your feelings just unwind. And if we should fight, I'm here tonight. 'Cause we just can't see eye to eye. Tell me how I should feel. Tell me how I should feel. Tell me how I should feel. Get the dish out, back on the ground. You keep on floating, don't let your side take me down. Poison scented flowers run waving in the yellow rain. You always thought the grass was greener, but to me it's really all the same. Passing rain will be your friend while golden raindrops fall. Tops of eyes can hypnotize, but skies crack open in the air. Tell me how I should feel. Tell me how I should feel. Tell me how I should feel. Everywhere I see you crying now. If you try to make us all Tell me how I should feel. 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 Tell me how I should feel.
Oh, no, you got that wrong. I love balls.
Balls, all you need are balls. To succeed are balls, all you need are balls. All you need are balls. To succeed are balls, all you need are.
Be sure to tune in to ADHD Radio, Tuesdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The most motherfucking addicting show on the No Holds Barred Radio Network.
Balls, all you need are balls. To succeed are balls, all you need are balls. All you need are balls. To succeed are balls, all you need are.
Hi, I'm Frank Catolo, and I go a-chronicling every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on Wild Bunch Radio. It's in your better interests to come and listen to this program, Catolo Chronicles, because I chronicle for you. If you're not there, who am I chronicling for? 3 p.m. Wednesdays on Wild Bunch Radio. It's news, information, conversation, insubordination, and there are guests that you're not going to hear anywhere else on the internet or any other podcasts, no matter how far and wide you search. So be with me, Frank Catolo, for Catolo Chronicles on Wild Bunch Radio Wednesdays at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're anywhere on the face of the earth, get over here and listen to us, will you?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Go for main engine start. Main engine start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff.
Take it or leave it radio. Take it or leave it.
This is not a fucking bit, ass!
Damon quits, my tenant goes psycho, and we got fucking listeners. And we got DVDs! On DVDs!
This is a Johnny Gator's wet dream.
You never get this, you never get this. But one day, Rico, get these.
This just makes you want to crap your pants.
Do me, Boba Fett.
Take it or leave it radio. Fridays, 8 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Thursdays, actually.
Yo Network.
Take it or leave it radio kicks my ass.
And we're back with better background music.
Oh no, I was watching He-Man during the break, so you know.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, apparently he has to crush the diamond of disappearance. That's what has to happen.
I see.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Mars, are you at your place or at Gator's place?
I'm at my place.
Yeah, Mars sticks
okay.
at his place.
I didn't hear you playing, so I thought, well, he must be out.
No, I have Mars.
Oh, so I was watching this YouTube video. Speaking of
It's
noise
about
in the
He-Man?
background. No. Noise in the background.
Oh, how about
So,
She-Ra? She was cool
watching
too.
this video, and this guy was talking about this different stuff or whatever, and he had the windows open. He says, sorry, the windows are open because that gets, it's kind of hot and want to cool things down, whatever. And so you get some noise from the outside. Anyway, so he was getting these crows that were, doing what crows do best. They crow, right? Making a lot of noise. And actually the video was talking about knives. And he kind of turns out the window and says, hey, shut up. I'll show you my BB gun later.
Okay.
Oh.
To the crow.
Well.
I thought
yeah, it's cold outside, so I have my window shut.
Well, we are in summer in the Bay Area, so it's going to be colder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So anyways, we were talking about the jukeboxes, and I guess after you got disconnected, Dune kind of pointed out a little more specifics, because I didn't know how this worked. I just saw, I was just kind of saying, I hope they have these controls in place. Otherwise, I could see how, the industry could ruin it for everyone, and then no one would want these things. But it turns out it does use like a GPS type of thing with the app, so that you buy credits for the specific machine, and you can only use the credits when you're actually at the establishment. So they do have those controls in place. But you were talking about the priority. There are priorities built into that system, as Damon has talked about on past shows, where you could actually use an extra credit to bump up your priority in the list over someone else's song that they have on the list on the jukebox.
But there should be an automatic priority for the guy that's in the place versus somebody like a business on the outside.
Well, right now, as the way the system works, there is no requests coming from the outside.
But see, that's where
I understand your thought. You're thinking
is revenue flow.
You're thinking of the
So
next
you should
level.
accept outside money.
Allow outside money to pipe unwanted music into it at a lower
Absolutely.
priority. Well, the thing is that you got.
I'd be an investor in that if outside money is good.
Well,
I wouldn't want to.
The question is as a business owner, do you
fucking drunk to give me his money? solely.
As a business owner, do you want someone outside of the building to have control over what music is being played in there that is not your paying customer?
Depends on how much revenue is coming in to the bar owner.
Right. Yeah.
Taking money deal.
I don't like the idea. I could see the pros to that idea, but keep in mind, I
mean, typically,
I dislike
if a bar
radio in
has
general.
Music, he has to pay for music, right? Am I right?
Yes, and that brings us to
So,
a topic
but
I
instead,
have.
if you have a jukebox, you flip that around so that the bartender or the business owner should be making a piece of the action.
They're making a little money off of this, actually. I think some of the money goes to them as well.
Well, yeah, and they're making money without having to allow the outside influences in, but that is, you know what, if someone wants to adopt that model, I'm sure they will, because the music industry is a fucked up industry. And I have an article I brought up today, 5 beloved websites that are ruining the music industry. And, this is that type of bullshit that pisses you off, and then we'll close the window.
Is one of them called Apple?
One of them's called YouTube.
Oh.
You may have heard.
I love YouTube.
You may have heard the recent big news that Apple bought Beats Music for billions of dollars, which illustrates the growing trend of gigantic corporations trying to squeeze into a spot on the burgeoning. How the fuck is that word pronounced? Burgeoning. Burgeoning. Streaming music scene. The Beats deal.
One of the guys I follow, Rocco Pendola, he's .com. He follows the music industry, and he was actually just kind of griping. And there's this chart that goes along with it about, the music industry is really losing it.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger picture, it's CD sales are included in it, and there's this chart that shows.
Well, what this article is getting to, which you might be getting to, is that we're no longer in the transition from CDs to digital purchases. We're now in the transition from digital purchases to digital streaming. And where's the money coming from in digital streaming? And
I would ask, where is it going?
Well, the money's going the same place it was always going, to the executives.
This guy's point to the declining.
The point is what this article is going to get to, if I get to it.
The musicians are being hurt.
Yes, they are, and I'm trying to get to that. Anyway, because the money for with physical sales and file sales, there was a definite cut that was going to the artist. And the artist's cut has always been much smaller from the executive's cut. It always has been. And the artist usually made their sales on, made big money on touring and live music. But now, with streaming, the artists are getting an even smaller cut than they've ever been before. And the artists are really getting screwed with our transition to digital streaming. And you could blame it on people wanting their music for free all you want, but the point is you don't see starving music executives out in the street. The big problem is that the middleman keeps taking their cut and keeps trying to give the starving artists at the end less of their cut through every new deal. Anyways, number 5. YouTube is bullying indie labels into getting their way or they're gone. For most of us on the internet, the music we stream comes entirely from YouTube because it's easier than signing up for a music streaming service, and nobody wants to admit to paying full price for Tarzan Boy. Google wants to take advantage of that because as they have spent the past year taking great pains to demonstrate to us, ruining YouTube is at the very top of their list of priorities. For the last few months, Google's been hinting at the possibility of starting their own subscription music streaming service through YouTube. This was all but confirmed a week ago when a contract between YouTube and various music labels was leaked. Among other things, the contract states that YouTube will have set royalty agreements with independent and major labels. But if a major label suddenly agrees to a lower royalty rate, YouTube has the right to force the indie labels to agree to the same rate. And as anyone who knows the difference between a family-owned drugstore and Walmart can tell you, major corporations can afford to sell their products for way less than smaller businesses that have to decide whether to pay their rent or their phone bill on a month-to-month basis. Several independent labels are reluctant to sign the contract. So YouTube has decided to flex the organized crime muscle that suddenly clamping down on a decade-old free streaming service affords them by threatening to take down all of the videos of every label that refuses to sign with them. This means that potentially 5% of music videos will completely disappear from YouTube, which doesn't sound like a lot until you consider that the remaining 95% are videos from artists you are tired of hearing. And we aren't just referring to justifiably unsigned artists with banjos and electric harmonicas. We're talking about all independent record labels, which represent artists like Adele, Arctic Monkeys, and Radiohead, as well as countless others you may never get a chance to care about. Vivo can't be counted on to pick up the impending slack, because Vivo could very well be sold off to God knows which corporation that couldn't give half of a gnome penis about whether the general public ever gets to hear new artists. We may well be doomed to a generation of nothing but Rascal Flatts' greatest hits albums and experimental records from Miley Cyrus, since those will be the only acts who can afford to keep their music distributed to a wide audience. Number 4 is one I didn't know about, but pisses me off. And I got to start keeping my eyes out for this, because this is...
Which one?
This is about music videos in general being ruined.
Oh, I mean, which site is it?
Well, this one isn't actually a site. Number 4, music videos will get retroactive ad placement. Music streaming is making it really fucking hard for bands and their Dickensian orphanage barren labels to make any money. Contrary to popular belief, it is impossible to continuously produce any kind of content without getting paid for it, because people have an annoying habit of needing to be able to pay for food and lodging. This hardship has given birth to companies like Myriad, which specializes in retroactively squeezing ads into your favorite music videos with all the subtlety of a Tyrannosaurus substitute teaching at an elementary school in Ohio. They've been in the game of stapling ads to flat surfaces and pre-existing video content since the prehistoric era of 2012. But last month they announced a partnership with record labels to help them monetize their music videos. For example, check out the video for Alo Block's The Man, which originally featured a woman walking down the street with nuclear levels of swag. And they show a still shot of, this person just kind of walking in the street in kind of a dull building with bars on the windows in the background. Myriad decided to blow our minds by asking, what if the same woman was walking down the street while totally ignoring a Levi's billboard? And sure enough, one of the windows on the building is replaced now with a billboard for Levi's. Myriad calls itself marketing for the skip generation. Possible slogan: we create ads for Burgundian criminals who refuse to watch ads and demand all of their entertainment be delivered free of charge. Considering its partnership with Vivo, we could probably expect a lot more ludicrous product placement retroactively glued into our favorite videos. And that kind of pisses me off, because I've been dealing a lot with trying to, collect music videos and sync up the highest quality audio to them and to be able to watch music videos. And I don't want Levi's ads suddenly leaking into classic videos. To me, a music video is a form of art. And, you're not going to paint a Levi's ad into the Mona Lisa. Why are you going to put it into this art form? Fuck you.
I thought Mona Lisa wore Jordache, not Levi's.
That very well might be.
Your music video?
Yeah, they're retroactively placing it. And this is not something that surprises me, because they've been retroactively placing ads into reruns. Have you been aware of this, Brian? That they retroactively kind of digitally put ads into the background of old reruns, like they might throw a billboard in the background or something, or have the TV in the background.
within the rerun.
Right, within the rerun, like they'll take old episodes of Seinfeld, and the TV in the background in the shot is running an ad for some
I see.
newer
Seinfeld
show.
Art?
What's that?
Art?
I think TV shows are a form of art, music videos more so. I wasn't that pissed off about the reruns getting the ads embedded in there as I am about music videos. I feel like the music video is definitely an art form. TV shows, I think there's some art to that. There's art in writing. There's art in acting. But I don't know. I feel like the putting an ad in a music video is closer to putting an ad in the Mona Lisa than doing it to a rerun is. Personally, I think it's all bullshit. But I understand. I'm not as much put off by it happening in reruns. As long as they don't put it in the DVD box set. Because for some things, for some music videos, you can't buy them. There are some music videos you can't find a legit... Like, a lot of acts have a DVD collection of their music videos. Like, if you want to go out and buy all of Wham's music videos, you can buy a DVD of Wham's music videos. Of course, if you want to get Careless Whispers, you got to buy the George Michael DVD. I don't know why. That doesn't make sense to me, but there you go. And don't ask me why I know that. Anyways, but some music videos, the only source I have to find them are downloadable sources. And if those downloadable sources start tainting my music videos with retroactive ads, that's going to piss me off. At least give me an option to buy an ad-free version. I'm afraid that I'm going to lose the ability to find an ad-free version of things if this trend continues. I don't know. Brian, you have something you want to throw in here? I don't want to monopolize the whole topic.
Oh, I mean, no, it's an interesting concept. But then again, like, we'll suppose, well, like Mars, you're into Top Gear, right?
Yeah, he is.
I'm sorry, what?
You're into Top Gear.
Oh yeah, I love Top Gear.
Watch the Vietnam issue, right? Episode, right?
Of course, that was a good episode.
What was the big theme song through that episode?
Honestly, I can't remember all of a sudden.
Springsteen's "Born in the USA."
Oh,
Because
yeah.
Bike crapped out. They had to ride this gaudy bike that was all painted up with American flags and shit like that.
Yes.
So they would play, every once in a while they would show the bike and play a clip out of "Born in the USA."
And apparently,
well, it's a product placement, and you're gonna have those. But yeah, as you're saying, especially if you have old
no,
music videos.
He's going in a different direction
let me
with
finish
this.
Oh, sorry.
The version, they didn't have the rights to "Born to USA," so they throw in something else.
Right. And that's another thing that pisses me off. The best example of what you're talking about, Brian, is the box set for WKRP Season 1.
Okay.
They replaced most of the music with generic music. Mind you, the show was about a radio station. The music was kind of a big deal.
Like, you're making me pay for this, but you're not willing to pay to get the rights to embed the songs that were...
Well, and the problem is that the company that puts out the DVD and the company that has the rights to the music are in a pissing contest. If they both made a deal, they could both win. But as I understand it, the licensing costs make it harder to turn a profit. So the only option they could do is to put together a cheaper product. And you know what? Nowadays, I think it's even harder because DVD sales are probably going down. You know, people are streaming their stuff more. Physical media is fizzling away to streaming. Although I will say that Netflix is doing better at clearing tunes because I watched The Wonder Years through Netflix, and there was some music that was replaced, like the opening theme song, but there was a lot of music that wasn't replaced. They were able to clear most of the music for The Wonder Years, which
which is very surprising.
Which is surprising because The Wonder Years never came out on DVD because they couldn't get the music cleared to put that out because of how much music was there. Because a Wonder Years DVD box set would have been a big seller, but they could not get the music cleared. But Netflix was able to clear it for streaming because it's a different model. Now, TV stations pay blanket license fees that give them, the rights to play anything. So that's why they could do that on TV without it being such a big issue. But when comes to DVD sales and things like that, it's more of a per copy sold cost, and so that cuts into their bottom line of how much profit there is per copy. But yeah, that's another issue. Number 3, subscribing to Amazon for the newly launched music stream will get you nothing but old songs. Well, this is just bitching about how shitty Amazon service is. Apparently, Amazon's starting the service, which I guess if you have Amazon Prime, you already have it for free, and they're complaining about that. There's nothing new on there. It's all old stuff. Which, yeah, it's like, dude, if you have Spotify, you already have pretty much what you can get there. I'm not even going to bother reading that one because that one's not like a policy that pisses me off. It's just a shitty service.
Which is?
The Amazon Music service. Apparently,
but they're brand new,
right?
Basically,
right. So number 3 was just bitching about that. Number 2, online radio is set up to fail if it gets too popular. So don't tell your friends about your new favorite station. For everyone who's moved on from the angry thug fart that is YouTube, there are the real music streaming services, such as Spotify, Pandora, and Beats Music. Spotify is the biggest of all, currently claiming 10 million subscribed users, all listening to the same computer-generated iPod shuffle as you. So what's the problem? Well, these independent online radio stations can only go so far until they collapse under their own streaming weight. Let's take East Village Radio, or EVR, as an example. Since 2003, EVR has been slowly gaining in popularity as the premier place for upcoming artists to be discovered, playing decent music you've never heard while broadcasting interviews with the artists of said music, instead of playing Katy Perry's latest bubblegum pop breast exercise or the soundtrack to whatever animal Lady Gaga decided to wear this month. As an online radio station that began with 2 guys in a stuffy room and grew to over 1 million listeners, it's a prototypical internet success story. Except, online radio stations aren't like iPhone apps or even regular websites. For every added listener comes an increase in the royalty fees they have to pay to each record label whose artists they play on their station. You see, internet radio has to pay more fees than regular radio stations, for reasons that no one has yet to adequately explain. Entities like Sound Exchange, an organization that exists entirely for the purpose of collecting royalties on behalf of artists and their labels, requires 23 cents for every 100 listeners. Despite making more money in 2014 than in any year previous, EVR simply couldn't afford the royalty fees incurred by their massive audience. In an industry that depends on music reaching the maximum number of listeners possible, they were too successful. The FCC has been looking into the issue, despite being an organization that randomly declared that they owned the air 100 years ago and have been dictating how we consume content ever since. But EVR was so pessimistic about the FCC's progress that they decided to give up. It's the American dream at work. So yeah, and basically, it's a big issue there. The issue of internet radio and how they dictate royalty fees for internet radio. Internet radio is at an extreme disadvantage to terrestrial radio. For some reason, they don't want to give internet radio the same deal that terrestrial radio has had for years. And so internet radio can't compete. They can't compete.
Maybe we should doing work and talk to Congress.
Oh, believe me, I have been emailing senators and representatives for years about the bullshit that goes on with internet radio policies. The problem is, what's her face? Feinstein is usually backing something that I'm opposing. I can't stand that fucker. She will never get a vote from me. Never.
Did you?
I've not been around when she's been up for election. I don't believe, but she must be coming up soon. I'll vote independent. I am not voting for her. She's always on the opposite side of what I'm, of policies that come up to me. She loves the big businesses in this state, and that's who she's representing.
Man, tweet her followers, man. Tell them, hey, look, why are we pandering to big business? This is what needs to be changed.
Oh, I've been screaming about this for years.
Tweets on it.
Well, there's not something currently up that I'm trying to think because I do remember that I emailed her about something and she ended up trying to defend the policy to me with her. She sent like a generic form email about what she was. I don't know. But she's been on the wrong side of the policy. She's representing big business in this state.
Recently retweeted a bunch of stuff from Rocco Pandela. Follow him, follow his stories, respond to Rocco. He will respond to you. He's a guy in the media, in the business.
All right. All right. Who is this? I'm on Twitter right now, so let me see if I can follow this person right now. Who am I following?
Rocco, just look at my tweets.
Okay.
And
I'm looking at your tweets. Are you talking? Oh, man, your connection's getting choppy.
Suck. I hate that.
Oh, now I heard that. Oh, my name is Rocco?
Yeah. Follow him.
All right, I am following Rocco.
Everything that he says, go into his links to his articles, read everything that he says, and respond politely. The guy's a smart guy.
I will.
He's concerned about the music industry. He's concerned about the musician making a buck, ultimately. But the musician isn't going to make a buck unless the industry gets fixed, and it definitely needs fixing.
Oh, yes. The industry is fucked up. And the problem is that a lot of policy that was negotiated long ago is changing because it didn't foresee the changes in technology that have come up here. And the new policies that are being put in place and being negotiated are bad for the musician and bad for the industry.
Industry can fix it.
Yeah, well, the industry would have to actually give up a slice to fix it.
Well, but it needs to be stated, hey, this is how we got to fix it. I see no solution on how we're going to fix it. They're letting the market kind of randomly, swing the machete the way they want.
The problem is that big business squeezes out small business, because what's the big thing that fixes the industry? An indie label coming up. There are not nearly as many labels as there used to be. I mean, there are indie labels out there, but not like there used to. There used to be big, major indie labels like Buddha, Arista. Those are two that come to mind, which are now owned by major labels. The major labels have bought up all the big indies, and now there's only like 3 record labels now.
Well, I mean, so change the rules so that the indie can make it. Well, I think that's the problem.
And that is the problem. The problem is that the indie can't make it because the big guys could have too much control and squeeze them right out.
Cashed out.
What's that?
Get cashed out.
Yeah.
And that's the only way.
Oh, you're getting choppy again. Going to the messengers. Woodshop writes in, can you use those credits to buy airplay and then pipe NHB through the jukebox? Like that idea, but no. Woodshop writes in, I hate music videos anyway. Let's kill them. Now, I like classic music videos. When music videos were good. The 80s. 80s music videos are great. Woodshop writes in, so do you think it's really internet radio that's different than OTA? With streams, you could get real listener counts. With OTA, you can only get best guess. So the way I see it, in time, OTA will become two-way, like with Switch Digital Video, and I bet that the fees follow along to per-viewer models. Or maybe I'm just too optimistic. I don't know. It's just that it's because it's a different technology, the policies that applied to terrestrial radio didn't apply to internet radio. And you have a point there that but you know what? There is a way that you can get an idea of listener counts because radio has ratings. They have a way to determine what the ratings are. So it's not like you have no idea at all who's out there listening. I guess you don't have a way to get a specific count to base a expense on there. But they were able to negotiate a deal where they have blanket fees that they pay, whereas internet radio never had that option. and never had the opportunity to negotiate a deal anywhere close to as good as terrestrial radio. And that puts them at a severe disadvantage and makes it very hard to compete. And number one gets to how musicians are making the worst money they've ever made thanks to music streaming. It's no secret that most musicians are as broke as a yard sale game gear. Justin Bieber and Kanye West represent the insurmountably tiny 1% of the recording industry. Virtually every other recording artist out there is struggling to pay their rent and is routinely expected to play shows in terrible dive bars for absolutely free, because the knowledge that you're getting your music out into the world should be more than enough to tide you over until your student loan deferment kicks in and allows you to purchase food. Keeping that in mind, consider this hard truth. Music streaming, while ostensibly fantastic for the listener, makes earning a living as a musician 1,000 times more impossible. Over the first few months of this year, digital downloads from services like iTunes have been dying almost as quickly as Tom Cruise's exceptional spy team in the first Mission Impossible movie, with a 13% drop in digital sales from last year. Streaming, on the other hand, has gone from 25.44 billion streams in the first quarter of 2013 to nearly 35 billion streams in the first quarter of 2014. And the problem with everyone moving to music streaming is that while billions of people may be listening to their music, artists are now enjoying the fruits of billions of people not paying to listen to their music. For example, Grammy-nominated artist Armin Chakmakian demonstrated in a recent article that 14,227 streams of his music have generated him a sum total of $4.20, which isn't even enough to purchase a single
he is
issue.
rolling in it.
Which isn't even enough to purchase a single issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly. That's less than a fraction of a cent apiece.
Up a second.
Brian, you were saying?
Okay, first of all, we started this out. You were bitching that Pandora, or a streaming company, whatever, pays more for the music than...
No, I said that streaming is... I said we're in a transition from digital downloads to streaming, and the artist is getting a lesser cut as a result of that. And that's what this point is getting to.
Saying that Pandora pays more.
I didn't say that.
Shell out to the music industry more than...
I'm saying the executive still gets their cut.
But let me say this again. Pandora has to pay more for the music that they play than a broadcaster. Is that correct?
I don't know if Pandora is the same as an internet radio station, because Pandora is more of an on-demand type of thing, right?
But they're a streamer.
So yeah, they're paying more, and the artist is getting less. Yeah, it's a double whammy.
Who's pocketing the money?
That is the question. Now you're catching on to how fucked up this model is.
Oh, ask that question.
Well, certainly the executives aren't out in the streets begging for change. I think there's a lot, I think there's a lot of middlemen that are coming in with their hands out, that are skimming the funds.
No, the industry, he would know the answer to that question. He would know how to dig into it. I don't know how to do that. Rocco would.
So we should tweet Rocco? All right. Well, Rocco's already tweeted something. You guys ask good questions. I need to do this on the radio. Maybe I'll try a press conference of the airwaves someday soon. Now, I don't know what that specifically was in response to, but it's not telling me what it's in response to. Did you ask him something, maybe?
Well, I retweeted a bunch of his stuff.
Okay. I don't know. Let's see. Well, you see, the problem is Rocco's tweets don't seem to give me any context. But all right, that is, I guess that is
a lot of different topics, because he covers other businesses as well.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm gonna quietly observe Rocco before I start asking him questions. But I think that is the key question. If music streams have to pay more in royalties, and musicians are making less from the streaming, Where's the money going?
In Anaheim.
What? Oh, God, your connection sucks today, Brian. Killing me. It is.
Well, Venison's not here to set up Slack, so someone has to.
I see. It's Venison's connection is contagious, isn't it?
Yes, it is. All the way to Singapore.
All right. Well.
Oh, okay.
Brian, you there again?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh.
Maybe people are mad that he's streaming audio.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, that could be. Maybe maybe all our connections are getting bad going to the streams. Maybe we're being censored by the man. Well, anyways, that's our article that was misleading.
Did you only do... How far did you get up to? Did you do all 5?
Yeah. It was misleadingly titled 5 Beloved Websites That Are Ruining the Music Industry because not
You know what? That was very misleading.
Because that wasn't... It was an interesting article and I liked it, but it really wasn't about 5 different websites. It was about 5 problems in the industry. Some of them were specific to websites, some of them weren't.
Someone needs to punch the writer in the face.
Well, I think that's more the editor. But we got Brian back on the line.
Okay, am I better now?
You are better now, for the moment.
All right.
All right. Well, as I was saying, I'm going to quietly observe Rocco's Twitter before I start tweeting at him. I want to get to know Rocco before I approach him.
I think I'm going to tweet Rocco's Modern Life because it's probably a lot better.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Anyways, after having such a serious conversation, we need to cleanse the palate with something a little more humorous. So let's talk about Howard Stern's penis.
That's more disturbing.
And that killed Brian's connection. But apparently, you know what? Howard Stern's penis has been declared legal.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
I want to recount, please.
A court has declared Howard Stern's penis legal. Hello there, Brian.
Yeah, okay, so Skype decided to disconnect me this time.
Yeah, it'll do that.
Maybe it was Howard Stern's penis that disconnected you.
Yeah, because we're going on to our next story. Howard Stern's penis, now legal. Court of law has said so.
Wait, in which state? In all states?
Well, let's read the article and find out more about this.
Ooh.
Howard Stern fans like to give him free publicity. One tactic, buoy bombing, involves getting behind reporters and yelling, Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis. Yes, it's annoying for newscasters because it's a violation of the unspoken divide between important TV business in the foreground and the anonymous rabble bustling around in the background. Maybe you find it annoying because it achieved peak cultural penetration in a 13-year-old episode of Family Guy. But annoying or not, theoretically, no one could be arrested for it until someone was in March of this year. Yesterday, a judge in New York actually used his valuable time adjudicating a case of yelling Howard Stern's penis on TV. And it turns out it's legal. Granted, it wouldn't be funny and arguably shouldn't be tolerated if the TV report were on the disappearance of a child and some lunatic interrupted the reporter in the middle of asking the public for help. But inevitably, what's being reported on is some fluffy red carpet bullshit. Yesterday, a judge in New York...
it's less annoying than people driving behind someone and they honk.
Yeah. So basically, this guy likes to go around yelling Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis on newscasts, and at some point it got him arrested, and the judge ruled that this was legal, and he won his trial. And so this article has interviewed this guy so he can find out more about just what is going on in the mind of a guy that thinks a good hobby is yelling Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis on live TV broadcasts. So I thought it was a pretty interesting interview. Vice asks, how are you? Still on cloud 9. That's great to hear. What was the case you were in court for? What happened was, back on March 10th at Union Square in New York City, there were 2 news vans, one from WABC and one from Pix 11, local news outlets. WABC went on at 4, and I did a buoy bomb, jumped behind a reporter and yelled Baba Booey, and added on to that Howard Stern's penis. And the reporter got really pissed and got cops. And the cops came and asked me to stop. So I was like, no, I don't have to. It's totally legal what I'm doing. And the cop acquiesced. So another newscast was going on at 5. The van was right next to them at 5 at the top of the hour. By now, an undercover cop was there that I didn't know about, watching for me to do it. And I did it. I just went up and said Baba Booey as I walked by. And 4 or 5 cops came up and took me down to the police precinct and charged me and gave me an appearance ticket for disorderly conduct. And I assume you didn't just pay the ticket? No. In May, I had my first court appearance, and they offered me a plea deal, an ACD, which is an adjudicated compensated dismissal. That means if I'm good for 6 months and I don't get into any trouble, they'll dismiss the case. Did you take it? I turned that plea deal down. First of all, I can't promise I'll be good for 6 months. But also, it's a matter of principle. I wanted to show that what I did was not illegal. So I chose to have a trial, which was today. I had 3 attorneys with me, a crack legal team. They were the best, man. I love them. So we went in and had the trial. And when the cop was testifying, the judge was like, what'd he say? And he was like, Howard Stern's penis, Baba Booey. And the judge was like, do you know what Baba Booey is? And the cop was like, let's make annoying sounds in the background because I'm not acknowledging that Gothard has joined yet. Hello, Gothard. Gothard?
You're really quiet, Gothard.
Hello.
Hello.
You're really, really quiet.
There we go.
No, I'm
Gators is talking about penises again.
Well,
I'm not quiet at all.
Okay, no,
Oh,
you're
next
not.
one.
No, you're
Never
not.
mind. Yeah.
Basically, what struck me interesting about this article was that
Is that just right? Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
It's echoey and it's moving.
Cool. What struck me interesting about this article is that this guy actually kind of has a hobby of doing this regularly, and to me, it's like, doing it once is funny, but when you do this regularly and go out looking for newscasts to disrupt, I kind of feel like this guy's a jackass. And I kind of wish, they could have given him a fine because, it's.
Gators, come on, you would shout boobies in the back of a news van, wouldn't you?
I'm not that type of guy. If I saw a newscast going down, I'd probably stay away from it. I'm not the type of guy to go. I'm not an intentionally disruptive type of guy, unless it's anonymously online.
Oh, anonymously online. I see.
Yeah, I'm the anonymous online shouter. I'm not going to go making an ass of myself on television.
I remember Walter Cronkite was doing a newscast, and some guy walked behind him, and Cronkite didn't see the guy, and the guy dropped his pants.
Oh, nice. That's great.
Well, there you go.
That is, yeah. Well, there's lots of funny TV news moments. If you go to YouTube, you can find great clips that go on for long periods of time with all kinds of. One that just made me laugh, which really wasn't that funny if you think about it, but it's pretty funny if you don't think about it. Was a woman that got knocked out by a light that fell from the bus. See, you laughed.
Did they run into it?
No, it was one of the light fixtures from above came loose and fell right on her head, and she then collapsed because it knocked her right out. What was funny about it though was that.
Now you explain it. It's not that funny.
What struck me as funny about it was that she was still talking as she was going down, and then the light.
Okay, there you go.
And then the light came to rest right on the desk within shot. And the video I was watching kept the last frame up still. So it looked like the newscast kept going for a long time of just this still shot of a light on the desk. And that kind of struck me as holy shit, that's funny. And I watched it a few more times. And then after a while, I kind of felt bad because, like, dude, she's seriously hurt. Maybe I should stop watching this. So I only watched it. So I only watched another 5 times after that.
Oh God.
Well, Mars, you saw this on Top Gear. On Top Gear, they showed this clip where they're starting this race, and this woman is walking in front of the car. She faints and falls against one of the race cars.
Oh.
And, you know, the pit crew came out and rescued the woman, whatever. And there was a camera in the car, and the guy was only concerned, is the car okay? Is the car okay? It was pretty funny.
Well, that's where his mind was focused. I could see how you could be focused on
it was
task
hilarious,
at hand.
that's all.
But, you know, after
hilarious.
the fact, when you look at it in context, it makes him look kind of stupid.
He looks like a dork, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Woodshop writes in, I like this guy. The news is anything but news these days anyways. 3/4 of it is sports reports, and the other quarter of it is what happened last night on television. So I say more power to him. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to...
Which guy? Well, which guy?
I will agree with that.
The Baba Booey guy. The disruptive,
yeah.
the disruptive jackass, as we've coined him.
But that's, you know, I mean, that's as relevant as the Redskins are.
Well,
right?
well, the thing is, though, is I can sympathize with someone that's got a job to do that has some disruptive asshole making it harder for him or her to do his or her job. You know,
which is sell like the latest Harley Davidson. That's electric Harley Davidson.
We all have our jobs to do. Why you gotta make things harder?
I love
for
how
other people?
that is news. It's
We're
like,
all in
electric
this
Harley
together.
Davidson.
Well, it's not the reporter's
It's like-
fault that the news is bullshit.
Yeah, well,
Actually,
play along with it.
Okay.
Blah 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 bullshit. Blah blah blah.
I like the British term. They're not called reporters; they're called news readers. Because literally,
Yes, that is accurate. Gothard, do you approve of the new background music?
Where the hell did this come from?
Oh, I found a new online stream devoted to Seaberg 1000 background music.
God.
Seaberg1000.com. It streams this stuff 24/7.
Kill me now.
All from, you know, the old... you ever see one of those Seaberg records? They're 9-inch, and they have, like, the bigger than a 45 hole in the middle, and they play at 16 RPM? They're pretty cool.
No.
They're pretty cool, actually. You know, it's cool. You know me. The music doesn't have to be good to grab my interest in the technology.
Okay.
Anyways.
How about have background music on 2-minute continuous loop tapes from old answering machines?
Oh, that could be interesting.
Yeah, I used to have one of those. It's annoying.
The continuous loop cassette tape.
Yep.
That sounds interesting.
What? What'd you do?
I don't know. I didn't do anything.
Did you get an email about the alligator again?
No. That's settled. Someone's going to show up tomorrow morning to fix the alligator computer.
Good.
That's I haven't.
Are they shoving a thumb up its butthole? That will really piss it off.
If they can find a butthole, I'm sure a thumb
Is
will
it a
be...
Lacoste computer?
I'll give you the details when we're off the air.
Okay.
Oh.
There's a very important computer that is very ancient that does not fall under my area of expertise or support that has died. And and they call me in to look at it 15 minutes before I need to leave the building.
It's an ENIAC. That's what it really is. He has an ENIAC.
Yeah, it's an ENIAC. And they call me in to look at it 15 minutes before I'm supposed to get out the door. And on Wednesdays, I need to be out the door 4 on the dot so I can be home in time for the show. And when they call me out there to look at this, and I get out there and I see what it is that has broken down, I wanted to exclaim right there in the middle of the plant, "Shit!" and but I restrained myself, and that's funnier.
You should have said Howard Stern's penis.
I should have said Howard Stern's penis, but I didn't. That would have been great if I was like,
You might have gotten more reaction from people in there.
I took a look at the connector, took a look at my monitor, and I went, yeah, Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis. And actually, I should have paged it so that the whole plant could hear it.
Baba Booey's penis.
Does my reverb go out to the Skype and the Team Talk people? Or
no.
Oh, darn.
No, we do not hear your reverb.
Okay, because
we do not get fancy stuff.
The best part of my loud yelling of shit was that I covered it in reverb.
Oh.
You'll have to listen to that.
Kind of like when you chug, we don't hear the reverb either.
Well, I guess, you know what? There's probably a way I could set the effects up better on this board, but I'll figure that out another time.
Maybe you need a firmware update.
No, I just need to figure out how to send the effects to the aux sends. Which means that the effect might not even be going out to the streams, because the streams are going out through a aux send as well.
I have no idea. I don't have the stream up.
YouTube gets the effect, but the stream might not have.
See, you guys, you should be watching on YouTube. Then you can see Gator's curtains or his crotch, one of the two. I don't know what the video camera is facing at.
No, the video camera's back in its normal location. So Gothard, how's it been? We don't. No, that's not what I wanted to play. How have you been, Gothard?
Soup. Good.
That's good. What's new in Maine?
Got new glasses. That's all.
Oh.
Awesome.
Went for a nerdier look than I had.
Oh, there we go.
Said I don't care. It makes me look good.
Oh,
so I'll go with it.
You look good as a nerd, is what you're saying.
Well, I flirted my way out of a speeding ticket today, so I think it worked.
Wow,
nice.
Go Gothard.
Oh.
How did that go?
I just got a warning. A verbal warning, not even a written warning.
Oh, I've gotten that once.
I've gotten it. This is, I think, the 5th or 6th time.
Well, let's see. I've gotten.
I am pushing my luck, but you see, the trick is to get a warning in once. Let's see. There was Lincolnville, Camden, Rockport. This time it was Skowhegan. Thank God it was far away and not some place I normally go. But it was a fucking speed trap. It's a hill going out of town, and they posted at 30 miles an hour, and I was doing like 35, 40. I wasn't really paying attention. And there's a passing lane. When you see a passing lane that suddenly opens up on a hill, you think it's more than 25, 30 miles an hour,
Right.
You would think, oh, maybe it might be 45. No. It's okay.
At
I
least
was
you only got a
approaching
warning.
50, and I slowed it down, and he gave me a warning, so I'm not going to complain.
Yeah. Well, I've been stopped. What was it? I've been stopped 3 times in Camden, Maine.
And it was fortunate. It was easier to flirt with this guy. He was a better looking cop than most of them.
Nice.
He hadn't had time to. He obviously was a rookie because he hadn't had enough jelly donuts yet.
Ah, I see. Well, I don't know. The cops that stopped me in Camden were younger cops that were not heavy looking, but
yeah, they always make the younger guys do it. It's like shit duty for them.
But
and some of them get grumpy about it, and some of them think that they're like, this is their chance to like make a mark on something.
Yeah, it
this
depends
guy
who
just
you
didn't
get.
give a shit, and I was so glad. I was like, whatever.
Yeah, because the first 2 times I was stopped in Camden, it was during the summer that I was working at Walmart, and so I was always driving home late because I always worked a closing shift, and so I would kind of open road in late at night. There's plenty of room to move it, and I want to get home, so I was usually going a little faster than the speed limit.
Well, this was 7:30 in the morning, open road kind of thing.
So I learned where the speed traps were after I got pulled over in the same spot twice. And luckily different guys each time, because the first guy said, hey, I'm going to let you go with a warning this time, but if I find you here again, I will give you a ticket, and I will remember you. And so the second time I got pulled over, I remember thinking, oh, please let this be a different guy. And it was a different guy. And the thing was, though, is that I was keeping pace with the car in front of me. And I took the back roads home, even though it was the middle of the night, even though it was late at night and there was no traffic to avoid. So there wasn't really a good reason to take the back roads. And the guy in front of me, for some reason, was taking the same back roads and same route I was taking. So the cop was interested in getting the guy that was in front of me, because once I got to the road and got to where I knew the speed trap was, I slowed down. And the car in front of me kept going. So once the guy in front got away from me, the cop pulled me over and started asking me, well, do you know the guy you were following? And I'm like,
Yeah, I
no.
remember that one.
No, I wasn't following that guy. Really? Well, why were you taking this way home? That's the way I always take. All right, well, I'm going to let you off in the morning. But he really wanted the guy in front of me, which is like, dude, you should have passed me. There was no oncoming traffic. You could have passed me, caught up to him. What are you pulling me over for?
Yeah, you went over to the side of the road. He could just assume and just keep going.
Yeah, he could have just been like, okay, you pulled over, I'm going to keep going, and then I could have gone up. But no, he pulled me over, gave me a verbal warning. And then the other time was, what was that? What's that road that they changed the speed limit on? Molyneux, or it's the one that's off of Molyneux, I think?
I can't remember.
And,
yeah, I know what you mean, where there was one speed in one direction and one speed in the other.
Right. It's like,
that was wonderful.
Yeah, because it used to be 35, and they changed it to 25. And I think he clocked me going like 45, 50, and he gave me a written warning. And, because he said, do you know what the speed is here? And I said, I believe it's 35. He's like, well, it used to be 35, but it's 25. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. He's like, yeah, well, you were going 50. I'm like, oh, I'm very sorry, officer. He's like, oh, I'll give you a written warning, but don't do it again. And that's when I got radar detector, because I had used up my 3 get-out-of-jail-free cards. So I decided, that's it. I can't drive through this town without a radar detector now. Of course, I could have just driven the speed limit, but come on. Who's doing that? Anyways, never got pulled over again. Well, no, I did get pulled over twice after that, but on the highway, because you get the cops the LiDAR detector, or the LiDAR speed detection. And yeah, my both times I got pulled over, I confirmed that the LiDAR detection and my radar detection worked. And I found out that LiDAR detection is good for one thing, to let you know it's time to pull over. Because my LiDAR detection went off, I pulled over, and lights came up from behind. And the first time, it was somewhere between Massachusetts and New Hampshire. And I have a feeling the cop might have clocked me in Massachusetts, and I might have entered New Hampshire by the time I pulled over, because that guy let me off with a written warning. And I think he was kind of like, well, thank you for stopping. I was. The second time was that asshole in Maine that pulled me over late at night on 95 speeding, and it was not friendly. Most cops that have pulled me over have been friendly about it. This guy was, where are you going? Wait up. And I'm like, I'm going home. Why were you speeding?
This guy was extra friendly.
And
it was nice.
Well, he was the one that the guy that pulled me over in 95 in Maine was the one guy that gave me the ticket, which I was quite pissed off about. But that's since fallen off my record. So, anyways.
Yep, but my point is, I've got nice glasses, and they work for me. Discovered I am developing astigmatism.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Which just means I'm gonna have to start buying glasses more often as I get older.
That means you have to have like those special glasses with like a prism in them.
I don't
right?
get lucky and my eyes correct themselves. No, they develop astigmatism.
Well, my eyes are probably getting worse, but I don't care.
Fuck it.
As long as I can still read big text, I'm fine.
Well, somebody offered to buy me new glasses, so I took the opportunity and went and got new glasses.
Hey, may as well. I mean, if you're actually noticing a need for them and you're struggling to read, yeah, I went to the eye doctor, and they said I was farsighted and that I needed reading glasses. And I think I went through 2 prescriptions of reading glasses, and those were 2 sets of glasses that my parents paid for and that I rarely wore because I never had a problem reading and never thought, oh, geez, I'm struggling to read. Let me grab my glasses so I could see this much better. It just never happened because I could see the text on the page just fine. And if you're not struggling with reading, you're not going to grab for something to assist you with it. So when I went for my checkup the next time and she said, well, your prescription has changed. We need to fit you for another pair of glasses. I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And she goes, what do you mean you're not? I said, I rarely wear the past 2 pairs of glasses I've had. And I can't see having my parents spend this money for another pair of glasses that I know I'm never going to use. And she, oh, are you sure? It's good to have them. Just I'm like, no. I know if the need comes up, my parents can bring me back here. We can get a pair of glasses, but I am not buying glasses today. And she's like, okay.
Yeah, see, the last time I went to the eye doctor, my doctor looked at me and said, damn, you're a blind bastard.
Yeah. Woodshop writes in, what kind of tubes does the computer have? Do you check for dead bugs in between the relay contacts? No.
Yes!
That's a valid question.
Good job, Woodshop. Good job.
That's probably a valid question, actually.
That is a very valid question. Where do you think the word computer bug came from?
Exactly.
No, I'm serious.
I know. Woodshop writes in, I have astigmatism and wear toric contacts. Well, I know that technology in glasses and contacts for astigmatism.
You just get laser. Can somebody just laser your eyes, Gators?
I don't know. I could never sit through that.
No, it's only like 5 minutes per eye.
No.
And when you get done, you smell burning flesh.
No.
It's fine.
No.
What's wrong with burning flesh?
No.
What?
No.
Your eyes smoke a little bit.
No.
I got a little laser zap in my eye. It's kind of cool. It's blue.
No.
And they zapped a hole in my eye. It was pretty good.
No.
Oh, okay. Fine.
No.
We get the idea that Gators ain't gonna do that.
And who's legally
so needs
blind?
to knock his ass out.
So Mars,
What
what
do you
did you think of my
I'm
computer
just
tech
saying
team?
the lasers didn't help. Totally.
Wait, you got lasers?
No, Mars got lasers.
Oh.
Oh no! It was because I had such high pressure in my eye at the time. I think the normal pressure, someone's like 15,
just gone over to
16.
Neo's place and smoked a bowl.
No, the normal pressure in somebody's eyes like 15, 16 something.
Yeah.
Mine was 110.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's like Gators tires.
It was. If we stuck the little thing on there, it'd say 28.
Yeah, God, did you miss that? I found out that the $25 air compressor with automatic tire pressure detection, when the tire pressure meter on that says it's 35, it's actually 50. So if you go by that, you'll overinflate your tires. So.
Oh.
Yeah. So I found out I really want to inflate my tires to 20 psi according to the digital readout, and then verify with a tire pressure gauge.
A standard stick kind.
Yeah.
That always work.
Yeah, exactly.
Is your Walmart deal digital or analog?
Yeah, it's digital, because when I told my dad that story, because he called me on Monday to wish me a happy birthday, and that's when that happened. And so when he asked me what I did for my birthday, I said, well, I went to work, went out for dinner, and put some air in the tires. He kind of laughed. And I was telling him,
Are you sure it's not set to kilos?
I'm sure.
Yes, it says it's set to centigrade instead of Fahrenheit.
I checked that. It does have different modes. It was on the PSI mode. I did check that.
So Mars, did you like the picture of my my crack computer team that I sent out earlier?
I'd have to look for it again.
But
I don't know if I saw
anyways, my dad's suggestion, because he didn't realize it was a digital readout, my dad's suggestion was, well, now you just need to, get a little nail polish or something and mark 20 on it so that you'll know that's where to fill it to. I was like,
dude, why is that the be-all, end-all's nail polish to write things with?
I don't know, because I guess that's what my dad has used once or twice.
Silver Sharpie, come on.
Yeah, well, yeah, I probably would have gotten a Sharpie or something, but that was my dad's suggestion. I said, well, it's a digital readout. He goes, okay, well,
Silver paint pen?
I guess don't do that.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I don't have.
Or you could do it puffy paint.
Well, I guess
use one of those.
I guess it's because nail polish was handy in the house and a silver paint pen wasn't. You know, not everyone always has a silver paint pen. Then again, I don't think I have any nail polish handy here, so I couldn't have done that either. Anyways, so did you hear about the guy who put on a Mentos suit and filled up a dunk tank with Diet Cola?
No.
Did he go sky high?
Mentos suit. Diet Coke dunk tank.
That's the whole video. Yeah, I know the audio doesn't do it justice, but he goes down into the dunk tank and the thing just fizzes all over the place, and that's the end of it.
Really? I was hoping he'd go sky high or something.
No, he stays in the tank. The tank goes nuts. Woodshop writes in, I think Mars needs to laser his eyes out and upgrade to cool pop-out glass ones that double as reusable drink cooling cubes.
Oh.
All right.
Kind of cool.
I'm going to tweet the link for that so that you could all watch the Mentos suit thing. So remember,
you know why he didn't explode out of it, right, Gators? Is because it's too wide an area. You don't have enough room to put pressure in it. If it's a closed-in area, he should have gotten like a tube instead of a dunk tank.
The goal wasn't to make him shoot out of it. The goal was just to make him go into a tank of fizz. And it's a great visual.
I want to see him explode out of the tube.
Well, yeah, but a dunk tank is not a tube. They would have to have like crammed him into a tube and then filled it up with soda while he was in it, and then the soda would have shot out the tube. He would have stayed in the tube. Probably.
Still would have been pretty hilarious to watch.
Unless you get someone that's blocking a tube and then you fill the tube with Mentos and cola, and then that might shoot him out. I don't know. But anyways,
but then you won't be able to wear a Mentos suit.
If you're not following at Johnny Gators, why the fuck not? Yes, I scream and bitch about things way too much, and it's probably annoying when it happens, but I don't do that every day. I just do it a lot of times in one day when something really gets to me. But go ahead and follow at Johnny Gators. That's JONNYGATORS if you're not already. And check out the latest link I posted, which has the great Mentos suit video.
Mentos suit. Diet Coke dunk tank.
There you go.
Hit me with your best shot and fire away.
That's what they use for their background music for that.
Awesome.
So, apparently, when it comes to underage binge drinkers, they're big on cheap beer or expensive liquor.
Oh, of course.
Who does this remind you of, Gothard?
Gators?
Gothard? Cheap beer, expensive liqueur. That would be shopping for booze with good old Big Red at college. He would get,
Isn't that a gum?
No. Big Red was. There was this guy we.
Oh, it's a drink.
No, this was a guy that had red hair, and was kind of a big guy. Big Red.
So you call him Tiny Blue?
Well, his real name was Jim Feeney, but we'll call him Big Red.
Oh, hear that, Jim? He's calling you out.
Yeah.
You better call in and tell him.
Oh, no.
Dang.
No, this guy gave me free booze. I never paid for booze in college.
Yeah. And see what you started. Jim is probably an upstanding citizen now.
He's probably
he is probably a lawyer making $800,000 a year.
No, he's probably school teacher barely getting by.
Oh, okay.
He was going to school for English and German education.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me tell you, the thought of him.
And he had lots of beer?
The thought of him educating our future is the type of thing that keeps me up at night. But Woodshop writes in, did you see the article where dentists on the East Coast are in trouble for serving wine to their patients without having a liquor license? I missed that one.
See, that perfect idea. Except you don't give them wine, you give me the 151 or Wild Turkey. They don't put them out.
There you go. But apparently the young kids are going for the cheap beer, but they break out the money for the liqueur, which is kind of interesting that they cheap out on the beer and get crap shitty beer. But when it comes to getting the hard stuff, they go for the Jack Daniels and the Grey Goose, the Jose Cuervo, which I think.
Oh my God, they have no fucking taste.
I didn't say they were going for the.
Basically it. Okay, Grey Goose, way fucking overpriced. Go get yourself some Svensk.
You know,
it tastes the same.
Advertising.
You go buy Jack Daniels.
Advertising.
Jack Daniels is shit.
Advertising. It comes to the advertising.
Jack Daniels is
that's
shit.
right.
It's not even fucking bourbon. It's not even made in fucking Kentucky. It doesn't
I know
even
that.
count.
You know that. Yeah, but they're big. They're not good names. They're big names because they advertise.
Jim Beam,
Right,
maybe. I don't know.
Like, what's the choice of beer that the kids drink nowadays?
Wild Turkey is better than Jack Daniels.
And the beer they're drinking is probably also heavily advertised. Coors Light, Budweiser, Bud Light.
Right. Or but East Coast.
So when it comes down
That's
to
East Coast, right?
cheap beer advertises heavily, expensive liqueur advertises heavily. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Right.
Yeah, it's like the people that go
you
out
guys
and buy
drink
like
Schaefer
Corona
beer
if they buy a
you were a
Mexican beer.
Well, Corona's not bad.
Corona?
But
Corona's not bad, but what is it? The
Modelo
Especial. The
Modelo.
Especial.
No, well, the Especial is a light one. You want the Negra.
Yeah, well, the Negra's good too, but the Especial is just like a Corona if it was done right.
Yeah. I haven't had the Especial in a long
The
time.
Especial is nice on a hot day.
I haven't gotten the
The
Especial.
Modelo is nice on a warm day.
Gators,
I mean
you
the
drink
Negro
Schaefer when you were a kid?
Modelo.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Schaefer? Did you drink Schaefer when you were a kid?
Schaefer. What's Schaefer?
Schaefer beer.
I didn't start drinking until I turned 21.
Well, that was East Coast.
That's what he says, and that's what everybody's gonna believe,
No,
right?
no, that's actually the truth.
Yeah, sad but true. The first beers I had were like
them and
Labatt's.
his goody little two shoes.
I was a bit of a goody. Well, I was the oldest child. You see.
I remember back in the '80s drinking Labatt's.
Yeah. I drank some Labatt's, but I found that I preferred Molson Canadian.
And I was born in 1979, so you figure that one out.
Ah.
He was 2.
I was 3. I wanted to have the taste of my parents' beer, so they let me have some.
Well, my parents would give me like.
And then you took a nap.
Well, my parents like
And then I took a
giving
nap.
giving a sip as a deterrent, because when you're a kid and your parents give you a sip of their beer, you don't want that again.
No.
I never had interest in beer. It stank, so I said, keep it away from me.
I wasn't that interested. Even when I turned 21, I didn't even really want to drink all that much. But the guys that I worked with, the mechanics over at the garbage company I worked for, they wanted to get me drunk.
What was their shit beer of choice?
30. Well, originally it was 30 packs of Bud, but I did get them to upgrade a bit. And I think some nights it was 30 packs of Bud, some nights it was Moosehead, and a lot of nights it was Molson Canadian. And wow, Brian's noises are back.
And you know what? And you get all mad at me for typing on my keyboard a little bit.
But the
Dang.
thing is Brian swears he's not doing anything that makes noise when it happens.
I can swear that, but
you...
instead I just switched. See, I just switched to a crappier headset. That'll teach you gators. And I've been taking poops during your show too, so it benefits me more.
So that's what that flushing sound
Turn up the background music. I like it.
Yeah, that was. I was taking a big old Duke.
You like this?
This is good pooping music.
A little clarinet. See, I'm telling you, Gothard, this is good stuff.
It's good for toilet commentary.
Yeah, it's great toilet music.
Look, got a little accordion going. I'm telling you, Gothard, check out the Seaberg 1000 machines. They're pretty cool. I found cheap auction for 10 of these records. They're on their way, but now I need to find a narrow stylus that'll play them properly because they require a smaller stylus. But until
it's not even a micro groove. It's a macro groove or something.
Macro groove.
It's a 0.5 millimeter.
It's a nano groove.
It takes a 0.5 millimeter stylus.
Oh, I have some lead like that. You want some 0.5 millimeter lead? I have it in a little container.
No, that won't.
Is that the size of a 10-penny nail?
I don't know.
No, that's way bigger. Oh my goodness.
Well, no, but I've like I said, the guy with the storage locker is an expert at one of his specialties is converting 16 RPM records. So I'm asking him for tips on easy ways to get a proper
man,
stylus.
he's gonna give you more chunky milk gators.
Oh, well, he loves talking about this stuff. Let's see, half mil, i.e. talking book stylus. On antiquesradio.com, under phonographs, they have a whole section on players as well as styli and sources for both. You could also see if any of the telephone pioneers of America retirees has any leftover styli, since 10-inch rigid discs, RDs, which are spun at 8 RPM, were discontinued by the mid-90s in favor of 9-inch flexidiscs, which also ran at 8 RPM, which themselves were discontinued in 2000. But a lot of readers still prefer the discs, so there's got to be a handful of guys still left who kept at least styli, if not whole machines, to repair. For a whole adapter, playing them one at a time on a TB player that has the half-mil stylus, you could get by with turning a piece of aluminum on a lathe to get its exact center bore a hole through and then shape your own 2-inch dome adapter. No, I'm just going to center them by eye. But trying to send away to have a half-mil or quarter-mil mounted onto a cartridge from whatever Lin or Riga or whatever turntable you have is going to be expensive. Because
Can you just poke a hole in a Ritz cracker? Would that work?
Well, I'm not going to do a retipping. The only real way is to get the original Seeburg BMS 1000 or its Row AMI equivalent, on which they play either an Oral Blue Metal Breadbox version or the All Wood Executive or Encore versions, or else one of the. The other thing you could do is email the world's foremost expert on the format, as in wrote a book on it, and so far trying to compile a disc and track list for the entire non-commercial background music world, all the way from 16-inch green vinyl vertically modulated transcripts from the 40. Like I told you, this guy knows it all.
You know what would work?
I just asked him where I could get a stylus, and this is what he gave me.
No, this is what would work. You know the CD spindles, like the 100 packs?
Uh-huh.
Have you seen the ones where they have the little plastic thing on the top that actually screws on? That would probably work, because that's almost 2 inches.
Oh, well, we'll figure it out. I'll figure something out. But anyway, so that's my new... we got Muzak version of the Four Seasons now. Okay. We'll turn that back down. So, you hear about the guy who legally changed his name to Han Solo?
He did?
Yeah. He can't get a passport now.
Why not?
Because they won't issue a passport with the name Han Solo.
That's discrimination.
Yeah, especially considering they gave Teller a passport that just says Teller. He's got.
That's because they all knew Teller.
He's got like the only or one of the only single name passports in existence. I'm not sure if it's the only one or one of the only ones. But a Star Wars fan has changed his name to Han Solo in honor of the movie series iconic People Smuggler. The 34-year-old, formerly Dominic Kimberly of Stourbridge in the West Midlands.
That's why he changed his name.
Now goes by the name made famous by Hollywood A-lister Harrison Ford. The new name is on Han's bank card, but he can't get a passport under the moniker because it is based on a fictional character. Speaking to the Birmingham Mail, he admitted it took his mum, Catherine, some time to get used to the new name. She said, "You've gone a galaxy too far this time," he laughed, but she saw the funny side. "I've always been a fan of the films, and Han Solo was always my favorite character. Really, I just wanted to see how easy it was to change my name. I introduce myself as Han Solo, and most people laugh, but old pals call me Dom. It makes their day when I walk into the bank." Han is now counting the days until the release of the next blockbuster, Star Wars Episode 7, a film stalled after Ford broke his ankle on set.
Yeah.
Let's see. He paid £12 to change his name with the aid of Shropshire-based The Legal Deed Service. The company has also helped Surrey student Stephen Edmonds become Animal Stephen Leonidas Floyd Mayweather McManus. And Glastonbury's George Garrett gained the title Captain Fantastic faster than Superman, Spider-Man, Batman, Wolverine, Hulk, and the Flash combined. Thankfully, George has been
People like Madonna,
uh-huh,
or Cher, or Sting, or Prince, or...
Well, he just has a symbol, right?
Well, those are... Well, not anymore. He only did that during a period of time for legal purposes.
What?
Oh.
Prince did the symbol thing during a period of time for legal reasons, but he stopped doing that once that reason passed.
Oh, I thought it was a
because
bet.
he has a name again.
Right.
Now he's not artist formerly known as Prince, but artist now known Prince again.
Well, there was something like... There was some legal issue that I guess someone... I forget the legal issue, but that legal issue, the best way to work around it was to go by a different name. And it was really a brilliant idea that he did that logo, because then people just called him the artist formerly known as Prince, which means it wasn't really a new name people had to learn, and he was still identified as Prince, basically, because Prince was still in that name. So it was an ingenious way to get around a legal issue.
And it was quite the...
attention getter.
Right. Popular, publicity stunt.
Oh, yeah. But there was a legal reason behind it. It wasn't strictly for publicity.
Right. Well, New Coke, Old Coke, that wasn't a publicity stunt. That was an attempt to do business, and then they righted it.
That was a failure.
That was, yeah. So, let's see. So do you hear about...
it comes down to in a situation like that, just don't spell my name wrong on the check.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So, you hear about the guy whose kids suck, and so he has a trampoline to give away on Craigslist?
Oh, did you get it?
I didn't get it, but apparently it got him a lot of
You should get it, put it out in the parking lot, so in the morning, instead of taking all that time to go down the stairs, you jump out your window.
No, well, this guy basically put up a Craigslist up for sale on... no, this guy put a trampoline for sale on Craigslist. 12 Biak Zach writes in at NHB Radio, can someone help me with figuring out shows to get my stuff from the telethon? Well, I don't know what you need help figuring out. Now, the telethon prize store will be is being prepared, and I believe Rico's going to start sending out emails soon about that. So you should get an email soon with a link to the store. Now, as far as figuring out shows to get stuff from, you'd have to be more specific, and I mean, I don't understand.
Anything but the last show that was on there.
Now I know that I got to mail my painting to a guy in Belgium, and I've got that address, and I've got my painting, and I'm going to work on boxing it up this week.
You actually getting rid of the painting?
Well, I said it was going to the top donator, so and I've got the spreadsheet from Rico this week, and so
It's coming out of the bathroom?
Yeah, I was wondering, was that the one in the bathroom?
No. The one in the bathroom's the winter scene I painted for Venison's benefit that only got one donation, and that guy never claimed it. The one
I think you should send it to Venison, honestly.
No, I'm keeping it. It looks nice in the bathroom. The painting that's going to Belgium is...
It ties the room together.
Yeah, it does. The one that's going to Belgium is the mountain lake scene that has a pedo bear and a purple, the people sea monster, and a bulldozer, and a sad Damon tree.
Oh, sad Damon.
And you know it's a Damon tree because it has a really big nose.
Yes. And the clouds are messed up.
Yeah, because I never seem to get the clouds right. They always come out.
It's because you don't use the right magic wine, apparently.
No, magic white is what you put on the canvas ahead of time. It's titanium white that you use to paint your clouds, or not whatever, or ultra white, or I don't know. But the thing is, I guess I'm supposed to thin down the white a little bit before I paint on top of the blue paint.
He shows you sitting there taking his brush and going.
Well, he never says to thin down the paint when he's doing it. He tells you you're supposed to thin paint as you go, but he doesn't tell you when to thin which paint, or he doesn't tell you exactly what he's doing. So it's I don't know. It's tricky to paint along with Bob if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Anyways, Guy posted this on Craigslist on June 8th. The Craigslist had the headline of "My Kids Suck." And here's the ad. They begged. They pleaded. They told me how they'd use it every day. How our house would become the place to hang out. We had a hot tub and a basketball court and a fire pit and a hammock. But if we had this...
Holy crap! I want to live at his place.
If we had this, well, we'd be rock stars. Oh, God damn it. I hate articles that interject their own things in the middle of the ad. I just want to read the ad straight. Here, Manny refers to his three aforementioned wonderful kids, his self-proclaimed Irish triplets who are now 18, 16, 14. He bought the trampoline 2 years ago for them, sort of as an apology after his family relocated to Wellesley from Chicago. The kids weren't happy, and he tried to make it up to them. Manny explains in the ad, plus, since I messed up their lives by moving them here in the middle of school, I owe them at least this much. God, Dad. So it seemed like a good idea. Besides, in the outdoor space, which would eventually become the trampoline's quiet home of sadness and neglect, the previous homeowners had left behind a playset. The kids were too old for that already, and the dog kept pooping in the sandbox. I knew it had to go. So I caved, and I bought it, and I built it, and that first night they jumped. They jumped. Are you nuts? You know how dangerous those things are. That's got torn ACL written all over it. Then I watched from my window as the summer turned to fall, and the fall turned to winter, and the flurries came down, and the snowmen went up, and the rain came down, and the flowers came up, and spring turned to summer, and I watched even still from the window, waiting, just waiting for someone, anyone to use that damn trampoline even once more. Oh, please, please, just once. My kids suck. So after 2 years of sitting in my window staring out like a creepy old neighbor, I am selling it to make room for gardenias or tomato plants or a stockade jail to house 3 grumpy teenagers. Haven't decided yet.
Can you have a guard out there with like a cattle prod or something that shocks them when they try to leave?
There might be laws against that. I don't know.
Now, if they don't know.
So apparently the ad helped sell the trampoline within 24 hours. So, you know, there you go.
Did they sell it?
This guy must work in sales.
Well.
Meanwhile, you know that guy that's just always getting into trouble at work, pissing off management, but somehow never gets fired?
You?
Well, besides me. Although,
okay.
Although today I did piss someone off telling them that they need to be patient.
Oh, someone's going to pee in your coffee.
No, well, here's what happened. I get to work this morning. I'm sitting down. I'm settling in. And an email comes in from Denver with someone who's going, I can't get logged into, the 3-letter system. It keeps on telling me log on balancing error. Please help me. Which is fair enough. If you can't get logged in, I'm the right person to email, or the help desk the right place to email. And she did tell me the error message she was getting, which did offer me insight into the problem, that she wasn't getting a network connection to the server for that system. So I started, looking up what her account and, checking out a server at the location, just see if they're down, see where the problems were. Plus, I was looking through what other tickets I had that morning that I needed to deal with so I could kind of prioritize my tasks and answer them in the right order. And not 15 minutes later, after the initial email came in, she sends a second email. Could you please help me with this immediately? I can't get into the system and I really need to get in. And this made my blood boil.
Uh-oh.
Why would you email me 15 minutes after your first email demanding I drop everything to pay attention to you and your individual problem? Do you not trust me
Woman?
to prioritize my tasks? Go ahead, Gothard.
Was it a woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
No more explanation
My favorite
necessary.
thing.
Uh-huh. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm sorry. What did Gothard say? I trumped on
He
him.
said that
Sorry.
needs no further explanation. But go ahead.
My thought is you wait 15 minutes, then reply to that email.
No, I replied to the email because at that point I found that there was a second person in Denver that was having a network issue. It turned out they were unrelated. But at that point I was thinking they might be related, and so I was looking into that possibility that SAP could possibly be down for all of Denver. So, so the second email I replied back, I am currently looking into this issue. Please be patient. That's all I said, and I sent that back. And I felt that I felt that it was okay to ask someone to be patient that had sent a second email 15 minutes after their first email demanding I drop everything. I figured that someone who had sent two emails like that short together would take that as a cue that, okay, I'm being a little too pushy, I need to back off. She did not take that cue. I'm going to open up my email right now so I can read the response that she sent me to that.
This is exciting.
So she writes back, I have had plenty of patience as I tried logging in for 45 minutes before contacting you. Do you think I like to bother you when I know your time is valuable? The answer is no. My patience has run its course, and now this downtime is getting in the way of servicing the customer. Thank you. Bitch.
Wow, service customers. Whew.
At this point, I was mad, but I kept my cool. Why? Because I'm trying to get promoted within this company. That is about the only thing that kept me from going off further on her. And so I wrote her a very polite response, and here's what I wrote back. I understand your frustrations and understand the importance of having the ability to do your job properly. I have no problem with you reaching out for help and wouldn't expect someone to wait nearly an hour being down before reaching out to the help desk. I suggest that if something is down and after a reboot it's still down, it would be perfectly reasonable to reach out right away at that point rather than wait 45 minutes. If it is a big problem, the sooner we know about it, the better. I was a little frustrated with the second email asking for immediate attention about 15 minutes after your first email. I've now had a chance this morning to do a little investigating, and I've also had another ticket open related to this. It appears Denver's experiencing a network issue this morning, which isn't affecting email or internet access, but is affecting other access, which includes which is odd, since I could access to your servers fine. I understand that so-and-so is on site looking into this, and since it seems to be a more widespread issue, I'm looking into who else I can get to look at this. Sorry for the inconvenience. I assure you we're looking into this, and we'll have things up and running as soon as we possibly can. I think, and I didn't hear another thing back from her after that.
I would have sent her an email and said, just watch an episode of the old 80s cartoon Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and by the time it's done, it'll probably be back up again.
Now, the thing is, though, back me up here. Was that not reasonable for me to ask someone to be patient when they send a second email just 15 minutes after their first demanding immediate attention?
Sure. I wouldn't have waited 45 minutes to contact you, honestly, before I tried.
And that's the thing. Her reason for being upset with me was because she had been waiting 45 minutes for it to work before she told me it was down. That 45 minutes is not my problem. That's on her for waiting so long. And I get, she's trying to say, look, I was patient and I waited until it was a long time had passed before telling you there was a problem. So I feel that shows my, and to me it's like, that doesn't mean jack shit to me, you know? That 45 minutes is not a 45 minutes. I knew you waited because you didn't email me, wait 45 minutes and email me again. You waited 45 minutes, emailed me again 15 minutes later. You know? That's on you. I mean, thank you for, doing what you thought was taking time with it to let it work itself out, but in all reality, I wouldn't have had a problem with you emailing me right away when you were getting the log-on balancing error. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, my favorite thing is that suddenly you got people will be saying, "Oh, the system's been down for 15 minutes." You just say, "Well, this is the first I've heard of it."
Right.
Okay.
It's like,
thanks for letting me know.
I have no, reach out to me. Heck, if you reach out to me and it comes back up instantaneously, I don't look at it as like, oh, God, I can't believe you emailed me on that. I look at that as, hey, that was an easy one, But so it's like, you're not doing me any favors waiting 45 minutes to email me about a problem. And you're not doing me any favors emailing me twice in a 15-minute period demanding attention. But anyways, after I sent that eloquent email I read, she did not reply to that email. So I guess that calmed her down. Well, that and the fact that I found someone who was on site and had him look at her computer, and we found that for some reason she was not hitting the right IP address, and I don't know why. It was really weird, but I had him edit her host's file to fix it temporarily. And
oh, that's good.
Yeah. So, I think that's probably more the reason why she didn't reply back after that, because I did fix it.
There you go. So what was it? What was the article about? Something about help. What? What you were just reading? That we got to sidetrack.
Oh, this is and I think I think this is faked. I think this is faked, but it's still funny. The concept of this article is supposedly this is a marker board that exists in a Walmart where managers leave notes for employees, which I've never seen a marker board like this at any Walmart I worked at, and I kind of feel like a marker board with criticisms or comments to employees out in an open area.
Oh, Gators, you just would have drawn a big penis on it, wouldn't you?
This is probably fake, because I think if a management really wanted to make comments to an employee, they'd do so in private, not write something on a marker board for everyone to read. But it is a funny concept, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. The idea is that there's this guy named Shane that works at a Walmart that keeps doing stupid stuff, and management keeps leaving these notes on the marker board, and some quiet observer keeps posting these pictures to the internet. So the first message is, Shane, quit offering extended warranties on the fried chicken. Management. Shane.
Nice.
Shane, any free samples you offer must come from the deli department, not electronics. Management. Shane, stop asking is that your final answer and offering to let them phone a Fred after each order. Management. Shane, when a customer asks where to find a product, give them an aisle number, not directions to Albertsons. Management. Shane.
I like this Shane person.
Shane, quit putting price tags on the deli equipment and trying to sell them to customers. Management.
Nice.
Shane.
I would so go to that Walmart just because of that now.
Shane, stop implying Walmart keeps the good stuff in the back. Management.
Yes. Awesome.
Shane, I don't know what swinecraft is, but ham cannot be sold as a building material. Management.
Swinecraft! Nice.
Shane, stop putting on multiple name tags and pretending to have a personality disorder. Management. Shane, stop putting stoner-approved seals on the fried chicken. Management.
That's great.
Shane.
Just scratch them off and replace them with hillbilly approved.
I wonder if I know this guy. Shane.
I would. This makes me want to shop at that Walmart and look for Shane.
I think this guy went on to be a GM somewhere. Just saying.
Probably.
Shane, the deli is not an appropriate setting to practice your ventriloquism. Please stop making puppets out of the paper bags. Management.
Nice.
Shane, stop putting out samples labeled as mystery meats. Management. Shane, stop putting some assembly required stickers on the 8-piece chickens.
Oh, great.
Woodshop writes in, what's wrong with selling the deli equipment? So long as he is selling it for more than it costs, I don't see a problem. The problem is that then the deli doesn't have equipment to sell their meats and make profit on the deli meats. I'm thinking, if he's stocking extra deli equipment, that would be fine. But I don't think that's what he's doing.
I don't know. This is a Walmart. You never know.
I swear I know this guy. I think I know where he is now.
It's awesome.
That is.
Come on, you want this guy to be your man, your GM. Come on.
No, I don't think he would make a very good GM.
I think it'd be awesome.
I don't know. I think he tried to do things like put all the customer service and salespeople into shared offices, or steam clean carpets and conference rooms.
What's wrong with steam clean carpets in a conference room?
Well, that's the type of job anyone could do. Why should the GM spend a day doing that? Anyways.
That's great. Go Shane. I thought you were gonna say at one point, stop your ventriloquy, your testing the ventriloquy in the deli department. Stop making the ham talk, or something like that. It's 7 paper bags, but that was pretty good.
Hey, I typed a note in Team Talk for you. Oh my God! I just realized Neo has not said a word and is in the room. I'm sorry, Neo. Even though you're away. Hey, Mars, you read the note?
Yes, I did.
Is that great or what?
Nice.
Okay. Meanwhile, moving right along. Have you heard about this live-in nanny?
I don't know. Is she cute?
No. Quite the opposite.
Okay.
The au pair?
Well, I guess this is more news in California because I know that I saw a promo for that she was going to tell her side of the story, but I didn't stay tuned into that, so I don't know what it is. But apparently, this family hired a live-in nanny, and she moved in because they offered her a room to stay as part of the deal, so she'd be a live-in nanny, and she moves her stuff in, and she's working out great for the first few weeks, and then she stopped working. And she would just stay in her room, and she was like, "Oh, I've got problems," or "Oh, this is acting up," and so at some point, they tried to kind of say to her, "Look, if you're not going to be able to do the job, this isn't working. So we want you to either be back to work within this amount of time or move out." And so then she said, "Well, I can't do the job anymore, so I resign. I'm going to move out in 30 days. So they said, okay, fine. We want you to sign a document stating this, that your employment is ending here and you'll be moving out within 30 days. And she said, no, I'm not going to sign that because that's not legal. And then closed the door on them. And she's basically been squatting in their house ever since. And it turns out, once someone takes up residence in your house, it's not easy to kick them out if they don't want to leave.
If I bring an elephant gun into the room, since it's my premises...
But she's got legal standing to stay there. Because
what's her legal standing?
That's her residence. You have to go through the proper channels to evict her. And she knows...
I'm not evicting her. I'm pointing a gun in her face. That will make her leave.
That's not legal.
How is that not going to work?
Well... She could go to the police and say she's being threatened.
Oh, and she's on my property, yeah.
But that's her residence.
Bummer.
But that's her residence.
I don't care.
The police will side with her, and because they call
you could do what the family did in Farmington.
What's that?
That in Maine there was some people that had a house and a house trailer, like they had the house trailer for whatever reason next to the house, and it was unoccupied. So these people moved in and just squatted there. So they kept trying to get him to leave, and they couldn't. So they just constructed a big giant sign that says, "The jerks that live in this trailer are squatters, and we don't want them here."
Nice.
And put it out right next to the road so everyone can see that they're squatters, to kind of shame them out of it.
Did it work?
Just like, nope.
I didn't think that would.
Apparently, squatters.
But it is funny as hell.
Is a big
you drive
issue
past the
in
sign
Maine.
and you're like, there's squatters.
Yeah.
Could you chuck a skunk in there at least once a day?
Well, anyways.
What do you think?
So, anyways.
Or fart.
So they called the police, but the cops declined to do
Uh-huh.
anything, saying it was a civil matter. Lieutenant John Moore of the Upland Police Department confirmed to ABC News that there is no immediate action that can be taken against Stretton, the live-in nanny, saying generally once someone has established residency, you have to go through a formal eviction process. Bracamonte, the family that let her move in there, soon realized that this was not Stretton's first time with legal matters. Stretton reportedly has been involved in 36 lawsuits, landing herself on California's vexatious litigants lists for repeatedly abusing the legal system. Anyone who looks at her crooked, she sues, said Bracamonte.
Nice.
She claims that Stretton is now threatening to sue for wrongful firing and elder abuse. Stretton is still living in the family's home, eating the family's food, and Bracamonte said Stretton told her that she wanted the family out of the house from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is...
Oh!
Well, hey, it looks like there's a follow-up article here, so let's read the follow-up article.
Did someone shoot all her crap and say, get out of my house?
For days, nanny Diane Stretton declined to speak about accusations that she refused to move out after she was dismissed. But she has begun to defend herself with a round of interviews in which she says that her former employers have vilified her and tried to feed her dog food. I'm thinking if they tried to feed her dog food, that they probably tried to do that after she refused to leave. Stretton left the Upland, California home of Marcella and Ralph Bracamonte last week, but still has her possessions in the bedroom in the family's house. The Bracamontes
Well, not for
claim...
long.
The
I check out the front lawn.
Well, I'm thinking that legally they probably can't go in there. It's kind of like, you know, your landlord can't go into your rental unless they give you notice, and they can't just start going in and taking stuff out of there unless they go through proper channels. Otherwise, you'd have grounds to sue them because you have residency.
True.
So if they're smart, they're not going to touch her stuff. Because clearly it sounds like this is on its way to court. And if it's on your way to court, you don't touch this stuff. You don't want to give them
Or if you
any
shoot
room
it.
to have...
You're not touching it, you're shooting it.
The Bracamontes claim that after hiring Stretton in early March to help take care of their 3 kids, that's a recap of the story. Police refused to intervene. Stretton blamed Marcella Bracamonte for the angry standoff. She's vilified me and really destroyed my life, she told ABC News. Well, it sounds like a lot of the lawsuits you had previously contributed to that. It'll be difficult for me to ever rent a place now that she's done this to me. Well, maybe you should have moved out, but I always told myself that I would fight if anyone ever tried to victimize me, and this lady has tried to victimize not just me, but my whole family, and I will fight. You're not going to take us down. The nanny says she's willing to move out, but under certain conditions. What I'd like to do is just have a police officer there and have them vacate, have the police officer see that I am only taking stuff from my room. In an interview with KTLA-TV, Stretton said that Marcella Bracamonte tried to feed her dog food. She gave the kids 3 cans of dog food and told them to put it outside my room for my food. I'm thinking that was probably after things got ugly that happened.
I would have done that, except that dog food's too good for him.
The Bracamontes intended...
I would hire a backhoe, dig a big hole in the backyard, and tell her that's her next place.
Early this week, Stretton said she quit before she was fired and wanted certain conditions met before she moved out, including being allowed to sleep in the house several more nights, using the shower, and have the media go away from the house. During Stretton's standoff with the Bracamontes, her litigious past has emerged. She has a long history of litigation and is listed on California's vexatious litigants list, which includes people who have been found to bring legal action that is frivolous or repetitive. The majority of the lawsuits were directed at her own family members, particularly her 2 sisters. According to documents, Stretton tried to block her sisters from selling family property. Last year, Stretton even sued her son, Michael, according to court records, and a car rental agency for property damage and personal injury in connection with a motor vehicle accident. Court documents show that when Stretton's father, John Richardson, died in 2000, his will includes Stretton's 2 sisters, Richardson specifically, and expressly omitted Stretton. So it sounds like she's a broiled bitch, and this is a situation where she made certain demands that the family saw as unreasonable which resulted in this turning ugly. And yeah, they probably did put dog food outside of her door, but she probably deserved it.
Yeah, yeah, I
Were
would
they
have checked
were they
stuff in her
under
room.
obligation to feed her?
I don't know.
Yeah, to me that would be the way. I mean, she doesn't get any food. Put a lock on the damn kitchen door.
Yeah, it said she was still eating there, but I don't see where they were obligated
Because
to.
she's not there employed anymore.
Right.
So therefore, if food was part of the, shall we say, the condition of the employment, well, the employment was terminated.
Right. So she would be obligated to go out and get her own food at that point.
Yeah,
Well,
honestly,
I'm thinking
I
this
wouldn't
is
do the
Access
violent
to the
thing.
refrigerator was not a condition of living there.
I'm thinking that this
Yeah.
is something that transition. I don't think it got ugly overnight. So she's still coming to the dinner table.
Like I say, I would hire a backhoe.
Right. Yeah. Certainly, it's got to a point where the family would reasonably react by saying,
Maybe
"Get the
you
fuck
should
out
put a
of here.
sinkhole underneath her
We're not
room.
feeding you." Well, there you go.
Kind of like in that season of
Well, the thing is,
Arrested Development, where the model home developed a sinkhole.
yeah. Well, the thing is, you got to deal with her very carefully because she is not afraid to sue. So you really got to watch your step to make sure you don't give her any legal standing.
Like I said, chuck some skunks in her room every night.
All right. So you just need to go through the.
Well, there would be no legal issue with the backhoe.
What was it you said to do with the backhoe?
Dig a beat. What else do you do with a backhoe? You dig a hole in the backyard.
But what would that do? She's taken residence in the room in the house, and that's where she's established her residence.
She'd be moving into the backhoe into the hole in the ground.
I don't think part of the terms is that they're allowed to move her out of the room.
Is she offended by pornography?
Once she's in the room, it's kind of like renting an apartment. You can't. She's that room is a residence, so they can't just enter it. They can't just kick her out of it.
Wait.
They have to go through proper eviction process to be on proper legal
They can't
standing.
get her out of it, right? Does that mean they can't rent it to anybody else at the same time?
No, they can't because she's.
Why not?
She's got residency in that room. That room is her residence right now. If to get her out of there.
Yes, but if you rent it out some more,
to
just have other people go in there.
To get her out of that would be like my landlord trying to rent the apartment I'm in right now to someone else while I'm still living here.
But you're paying them money. She wasn't paying them anything.
But if I stop paying the landlord, they can't kick me out the next day. They'd have to evict me. They'd have to give me.
Yeah, but you also signed something, I think, as well, in part of the agreement.
Right. So the point is they have to properly evict her, and she's being difficult about that process. But the point is the family can't make her move out tomorrow. They have to go through a process, which is a pain in the ass. But
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Well, even the backhoe would be a process.
Well,
you
yeah,
dig,
but that's not legal.
you dispatch the person, and you put her in the hole.
That's not legal.
Build the hole back up.
That's not legal.
I knew this guy when I was living in Houston. He had some bad neighbors.
Mm.
These were drug dealers and stuff like this. And they were always making a racket and just a pain in the ass.
Right.
And they had a camper trailer on their property. All perfectly legal, but nothing you could do. You could tell them to shut up and stuff like that, quit making noise, and they said, go screw yourself.
Right.
Call the cops, and the cops would do nothing. So the solution is this. They had this altercation, and this guy knew his wife had the shotgun, and put some holes through the wall of the camper. And the next day, the guys were gone.
Nice.
Because they couldn't exactly go to the police.
They didn't want the police coming over their place. Exactly.
We'll see. Endings.
Oh, I don't know why Neo sent this link, but Neo sent a link. It's a pretty sick this is awful. Autistic boy was kept in a cage. Apparently, the parents of a severely autistic boy were arrested after they found him kept in a cage. Which, oh, God, that's awful.
Well, I've told MP that she should put her children in a cage.
Well, you think all children should be kept in cages?
Well, they should be.
Aw, poor children.
Well, yeah, that might, that's a valid point, but in practice, no. You can't do that. As nice
Why
as
not?
As nice as it would be, that would be cruelty to the kids. Yeah. See, Brian is of the no children group, of which I am also a member
Persuasion.
of. Yeah, the no children persuasion. So.
And so we just have these suggestions on proper child raising.
And as non-parents, our opinions on child raising mean jack shit, of course. So
Right. Of course, I love it when that other coworker would always give all this advice to MP.
What,
It was hilarious.
You mean Neil?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, funny thing, Neil came back from his vacation with a little less.
What? What do you mean a little less?
He ditched the mustache.
No.
Yes.
Wow.
So we have our Friday lunch tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to ask.
Yeah, get the story.
Yeah, I've not said anything yet, and I've not heard anyone acknowledge this yet. But yeah, he came back from his vacation, no mustache, which kind of was like, wow, because as long as I've known him, he's had the mustache.
Right.
So, I'm thinking it was. I'm thinking one of two things: one, he decided it was time for a change, or two, even it up a little bit on that side. Even up a little bit on that side, even up a little bit on that side, even up a little bit on that side. Shit, I've got the Hitler. All right, take it off.
There you go.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, did I tell you about the time that we were at the Monday help desk meeting and I noticed his shirt was on inside out? And so I figured he
Too
must.
late to suggest that he get a wife.
Oh, jeez. So after we got off the phone,
Well, the cat doesn't help him out.
no, the cat was probably meowing at him, and he didn't understand why. But I waited till the call was over, and I figured he probably had a busy morning or a rough morning, and because I've done that before. I did that once before where I was at work and I realized, as I was walking by Nick's cubicle, oh shit, my shirt's on inside out, and so I quietly made my way to the storage closet to take my shirt off, put it back on. So I said to Nick, "Hey Nick, you have a rough morning?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" I start I take my collar and start like turning it inside out. I'm like, "Check out your shirt there." And he's like, "What? Do I have a hole in my shirt?" And he's looking at it, looking for a hole. I'm like,
He's not good for hints.
I said, "It's inside out." Like, "Oh, yes, you're right, it is." So he stayed behind in the conference room while we left. And
Wait, is it wrong to take my shirt off and flip it inside out and put it back right in the middle of the hallway or something?
No. Well, we were in a conference room and we were leaving, so he just stayed behind the conference room and closed the door. And when he came out, his shirt was on right. So.
Oh. See, I wear polos, so I don't really care. I just pull it off in the middle of the hallway, just put my shirt inside out, right side in, and just go.
Because he doesn't see anything.
That would probably be.
No, I don't care. You know what? I don't care because you know what? It's just you're not seeing nothing. I don't really care. It's just my belly.
But more people are starting to comment on my weight loss. People are noticing and asking me, "What are you doing? What's your diet?" And
So you just tell them that you've been run ragged by your coworkers.
You say crack?
No, I tell them it's Atkins, and sometimes they ask, "Atkins, what's that?" Low carb, no sugar, And this morning, someone that's of a kind of customer service kind of supervisor was temporarily a manager, but then was not manager. So you know what I'm talking about, Brian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Hispanic.
yes. She was asking
nice
me.
Person, obviously in customer service.
Yes.
They're nice people.
Yes. So this morning she was noticing, wow, you've lost weight. What diet are you on? And it's very noticeable. I'm like, oh, I'm doing Atkins. It's yeah. And she's like, what's that? And I told her, low carb. And she's like, oh, I guess I need to do that. And I was like, no, you don't. That's almost as ridiculous as when MP starts talking about how she needs to lose weight. And I'm just like, come on, look in a mirror, people. I mean, Brian, back me up. The idea of MP needing to lose weight is like the most ridiculous thing.
Well,
I could probably pick her up over my head and spin her around. I would recommend that.
You've always wanted to do WWF wrestling, didn't you, Gators?
Just so we say, that's a topic that you just leave alone.
I've not suggested I could do that to her.
No, and I get that, but you just leave that topic alone.
Well, I've not been shy to say you're ridiculous. You look fine.
Of course, that might be the reaction that they're after.
Well, keep in mind,
you don't want to appear to be agreeable with a suggestion at all, because then you're the dork.
Yeah, you don't want to say, yeah, you really should try that. You really do. Yeah, that's a good idea. You ought to lose some weight. That's a good. It's like, look at me. I've lost 50 pounds.
You just say
now. I've still got the gut, and you're talking about how you need to lose weight. Shut up. Go ahead, Gothard.
You just say, "Oh yeah, I'll help you lose weight." Not that you need to.
I've not said it. I'm stuck with you're ridiculous. You don't need to lose any. But yeah, I've now weighed in at 216.2 pounds for a total weight loss of 50.4 pounds.
Nice.
Thank you. And I now I'm not quite into the 38 pants yet. I could squeeze into them, but it's not the most comfortable. But I probably will be in them soon. But the 40 pants, I got to wear a belt with my size 40 pants, or they end up around my ankles. And I'm now wearing a belt that I haven't been able to fit into for some years now. So there we go. And this morning, I got it down to the second hole, which the last two holes on it are very worn. So that's where I was a while back. I'm back at the weight I was when I was in Maine. I'm thinking when I was in Maine, I was around the 220, 225 range, 230, around there. And now I'm getting so yes, I've spent half a year getting back to where I was at one point when I was trying to lose weight. I didn't realize how much I packed it on in the past few years. Well, at least I can still. At least it's still.
I blame In-N-Out Burger Gators.
At least I'm still able to put off. At least my metabolism is at a point where I can put it off with a certain amount of effort. At least I've got that going for me. I've got a method that works, and I can put it off, and then I can work on putting it back on.
And the next thing to do is you get a Fitbit.
A Fitbit.
Yeah.
Fitbit. Oh my God.
What's a Fitbit?
Well, they have different models. One is the Flex, which is a little wrist rubber band.
How does that work?
Activity tracker.
Ah.
There are different brands that do the same type of thing. Fitbit was one brand. Nike has one. It's this new wearable technology. You got to get in with the latest.
Yeah, the Nike Fuel Band, I think it is. They have, all the smartwatches are putting it inside it.
Garmin has one.
But what does this do for me?
It's like a pedometer. It tracks motion.
Well, it might track things, but it's not.
Your phone,
but it's not
you download an app on your phone that you can monitor what you're doing.
But that's not going to make me do more.
No, but you're aware of how much you're doing.
That doesn't help me lose weight, though.
I go into the app. I says, "Oh, how did I do today? Oh, I gotta know. It counts steps,
But
and that's the way."
But I'm not going to make an effort to step more. You see, it doesn't, app or no app.
Because in fact, you kind of go, well, I haven't done shit all day. Well, it says I've done 5,000 steps. Oh, okay, cool. If I go out to the warehouse and come back, boo, there'll be another 1,000 steps. I'm getting much closer to the goal. And if I'm hitting that goal each day, you'll be better. I mean, I've had this for a couple months now, and I can tell, like, okay, yesterday I didn't hit the goal.
But is it making you do more as a result than you normally would?
Sorry, say again?
Is it making you do more than you normally would as a result?
Because I'm aware of it, I would say yes. Does it make me? No. I can miss my goal every fucking day I want.
But has it resulted in you doing more? Are you making an effort to do more?
Absolutely. I said, well, I want to hit my goal today, so I want to do some more walking.
And is your goal higher than what you normally do?
Well, I'm still at the default goal, which is 10,000 steps.
I see.
But started up with less than that.
But I made an effort to walk every day. For a while, I was going to a short walk. I do a short walk to the end of the block and back, and I would tune something on in my earbuds while doing that, so that it wasn't the most boring thing ever, because no one wants to walk with me and talk with me,
right?
Because you got bored of that after a while.
Sure. I mean,
And but after some point, I was like, I can't keep doing this, and I stopped doing it.
But see, the thing also is that because you're wearing this thing all the time, you go to a Walmart, walking around the store, just doing stuff. Your normal everyday, it all counts, so that you can say, okay, so how active have I been today? So it's very passive. So you can say, oh,
but I'm going to do that stuff anyways.
Today.
The only thing that really matters is the extra stuff you do.
No, I think everything matters.
Well, it all matters, but the stuff that you were going to do anyways, you're going to do anyways. So in order for it to work, you have to commit to doing extra.
Well, no, you look at it and you kind of go, it wants me to do another 1,000 steps. I know how I can do 1,000 steps. That's easy.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
It's really easy. And then also you can look back at the week or the month and you say, oh, yeah, okay, I've been hitting my goal 5 out of 7 days in the week or whatever. It's very easy. And, that's kind of the bitch about. In fact, I've, seen these guys talk about their exercise journals and all this shit. Oh, that's fucking boring. Right? Well, this thing, this type of device does all that crap for you. I didn't make any effort other than go download the app, have the thing on me, and go in and says, oh, this is how I've been doing. See how simple that is?
Okay, well, that's good for you. That's awesome. It doesn't sound like my thing, but cool.
Well, you're a technology guy.
Yeah, but I'd rather track my sleep than track my steps.
Oh, guess what? The Fitbit also tracks sleep.
I already have an app for that.
Okay.
Oh, it's a pretty cool app, because what's cool about the app is you tell it what time you want to be up by, and it'll wake you up within a half-hour window before that time where your sleep is lighter. So that way you're less drowsy when you wake up in the morning, because it's waking you up from a light sleep rather than a deep sleep. Whereas if you just have an alarm clock set for the same time, it might catch you in a deep sleep some days.
Okay.
So, yeah, but it's an app. I got it free because
on your phone?
Yeah, I have it on my phone. It's called Sleep Cycle, and I got it. I got it for free because you know how Starbucks has the free apps periodically. It was one of
yeah.
It was one of the free apps, and it basically uses like the microphone on the phone. You plug in your phone. I put it under my pillow, and you get a chart the next morning. And based on the sound, it could tell you when you're in a deep sleep, when you've woken up, or in a light sleep, and then it kind of, once you reach that half-hour window, it waits for you to be in a light sleep and gives off an alarm. And what I do is I snooze it and go back to sleep, but I'm not going to go into a deep sleep after that, so I'm going to stay in a light sleep, and I sleep until my real alarm goes off.
How does it know you went into deep sleep?
Because you're quiet in the deep sleep, I guess. It's based on sound. Based on the sounds, it determines if you're in a deep sleep or a light sleep.
Oh, okay.
Did you switch?
Because the sleep app on the Fitbit actually measures activity.
Ah.
So if you turn around, it knows that you're asleep.
Oh, okay. Well,
he's in the potty. That's what it is.
That's a little different. Did you switch us to speakerphone?
No, I think there's an echo in here.
Yeah, there is. Ah.
Like I said, it's a potty.
Anyways, hey, Brian.
And the potty has stone tile walls.
Yes. Hey, Brian. Ever heard this music before? Any of you guys familiar with that tune?
I am, but I listened on Sunday, so...
Yeah, you were here Sunday.
Yes, it's break music.
No, it's... Gothard, you've not heard this
when
before?
You're on hold.
You've heard this many a time, haven't you?
Only the time you've showed me.
Oh, wait, you've never actually gotten this on hold?
Nope.
Damn it, am I the only one that has spent hours listening to this?
Well, with different vendors.
Yeah.
What the?
Yes, because you're the only one that spends hours on the phone and hold. Everybody else gets seated before you.
This is Cisco's default hold music on their phone systems. So if a place of business doesn't give a shit what they're gonna make you hear when you go on hold, and they leave the default on there, and they have a Cisco phone system, this is what you're gonna get to hear. I've heard this many a time for long periods of time. And I found out Shazam was able to identify it, and then I was able to find a stereo MP3 of it.
Oh, that's awesome. I worked for this outfit in Houston that had I worked for this outfit in Houston that had their own voicemail system, and it had a CD player. So they popped in a CD, and this CD would play.
Right.
And it was Valkyrie.
Nice.
Right. But there was a skip in the CD, so it would kind of hit the skip and kind of loop back, and it would play for 20 seconds and then hit that skip again.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so for days and days and days, well, months, it would be set this way.
Oh man.
For whatever reason, customers would never complain and say, "Hey, your stupid CD is stuck."
Well,
it was bizarre. I mean,
Well, that wasn't that. It was 20 seconds of the same thing. So someone might figure, geez, I got a really short loop for their hold music.
No, it was pretty obvious.
That is funny that no one complained.
But it was funny, how to annoy your customers.
Well, this is a good way to do it. Right there. Apparently...
How about playing the sound of a leaky faucet?
That wouldn't really transmit well over phone systems. A lot of phone systems gate out quiet sounds.
You should have a little contest. Who comes up with the best, most annoying sound for on hold? I think snoring would be pretty bad. It would be a bad idea.
I don't know. I could probably come up with a few ideas. Let's see.
Barry Manilow.
Barry Manilow. There you go. Let's see.
Except for the Barry Manilow fan. I mean, there's got to be some Barry Manilow fan. So
yeah.
For that person, it wouldn't be annoying.
They could play a Muzak version of "Killing Me Softly." How's that?
Oh, any version of "Killing Me Softly" would be annoying to me, but.
Well, let's see what I can find here. Well, you could, throw on some stuff like this. I would like this on hold music. You know, this would. I'd be like, put me back on it.
Most people would be annoyed, Johnny. Most
I'd be
people
like,
would
what the hell is this? I'd be interested, but I'd be like, what?
Oh, this would be awesome.
Like I said, Gators, you need to do your jukebox with that for like 15 hours.
Oh, come on. I'm thinking every hold system should have the music of Mario Davidovsky.
Sure.
I'd have to call 4 systems, though, to get the quad mix.
Oh, for a phone in each corner of the room?
Yeah, there you go. Speakerphone in each corner of the room. Come on.
A thing of the Frankie Valli song "Big Girls Don't Cry," just the line "Big Girls Don't Cry." Multi-tracks on a continuous loop that are all cut slightly different.
Oh.
So there's 80 of them looping, and then they.
God, it gets worse. Stop talking. That's awful. Go
so
on.
they come and go out of phase and sync with each other.
What is this? Steve Reich does hold music?
Yes. Big girls don't cry, and then it's like, by the time it's done, it's like big, 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 big. Oh, in a horrible round and muddled mess of annoying falsetto.
Damn it! Now I gotta find Steve Reich songs. There we go. That'd be like "Come Out" by Steve Reich.
I had to like open the bruise up and let some of the blues blood come out to show them. I had to
This is
like open
this
the
is
bruise
the
up
original
and let some of the blues
tune.
blood come out to show them.
Here we go.
I had to like open the bruise up and let some of the blues blood come out to show them. Come out to show them, 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 come out.
Okay, you win. That's annoying.
But this goes on for 13 minutes.
Come out to show them,
No, here, I'll skip ahead a little so you can get the idea of what it does.
come out to show them, come out to show them, come out to show them, come out.
You get the idea.
I could listen to that. I'd be like, what the hell?
That's Steve Reich. Come Out by Steve Reich. It's actually kind of cool.
And I thought Weird Al would be tough.
Oh, I love Weird Al. I could listen to that for hours too.
Well, I know
So
that's
you
the
do.
trouble. There are people that like Manilow, right? There are people that like Weird Al.
I can't wait. Actually, he's coming out with a new album on the 15th, so I can't wait. This will be fun.
Well, here, it does. If you let it evolve, it does get pretty interesting. I mean, okay, maybe you don't want to listen to all 13 minutes of it, but wasn't that a little curious?
No.
Gators, why do you have that?
Why not?
Why wouldn't he have that?
That's
Do you have that
exactly
in
right.
quad?
I don't. That wasn't done in quad, but it really needs to be. Well, what is kind of
Why
cool?
don't you remix it in quad?
I'd have to get the original source material. Well, I can
Right,
Make
you
up
do
your
the
own.
thing that I was
you
talking
know how to
about and
make
do
up
it
your
in
own
quad.
tracks.
Okay. Well, he also did this with instrumental pieces because he did a piece called Piano Phase, which has the same line of music being played in unison by 2 pianists, and then one of them will get a little faster than the other until he gets 1 note ahead, and then keep doing that again until they go around through the whole phase. And so that one sounds a little bit like...
That's called a round.
Well, no, it's not a round. It's a little different. But here,
Like
here,
a fugue.
allow me... What do you think, Brian? How long would you stay on hold with this?
I'm thinking it's like time for the end of the show.
I put it on speakerphone and listen, honestly. It'll be interesting.
Okay.
You'd have people going, Hey, man, put me back on hold, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Have you ever asked one of these texts, hey, could you put me
This is
on
the
hold
whole
'cause-
music.
You were saying, Brian?
This is the whole music they give you if you're in the Walgreens pharmacy hold line.
But Johnny, have you ever been a tech call or whatever? You've been on hold, and the guy answers. He says, "Oh man, put me back on hold. That was cool song."
No, I've never had that happen.
Try it sometimes. Get a laugh. Okay.
I'll try it. Oh, here's an example of how when the pianos start getting out of phase. All right, that's enough of that. You get the idea. So yeah, that's Steve Reich.
And it looped that for 15 minutes?
Well, that was two pianists playing the same line, but then one gets a little faster than the other, so you heard that they were kind of clashing because the one was one note ahead of the other, and the one just keeps going one note further until they get back in unison. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't, but you don't care. So.
No, actually, it was just two loops. It was just two loops. One loop was slightly shorter than the other.
Well, no. For the piano one, it was two live pianists sitting on stage.
Right, okay.
Now, with the come out one, it was loops. That one was a little shorter than the other. And he would let them go like that and then he doubled it so that you had 4 of them, and then he doubled it so you had 8 of them. And by then, you couldn't even understand the original. It just became a repetitive sound at that point. Interesting stuff, but I could see where it's not exactly everyone's cup of tea to listen to. But it is still interesting experimental things that are being done. And I don't think anyone's streaming that stuff. Well, actually...
Why not? Gators, you should start your own stream and just stream it all the time.
Actually, you know what's funny? What's funny is how wrong I am when I say that, because I just pulled those clips up from YouTube right now. So people are streaming that stuff.
Nice.
I don't know if they're getting royalties on it, though. Anyways. Man. Let's see. What else do we have? Did Neo ever come around? Because, I feel like we've ignored her the whole time here. She did send us a YouTube clip, so let's check out what that's about.
Uh-oh.
A blanket. You know what they brought me? They brought me a little sausage and a fucking puff pastry. And you know what I did? I ate it, obviously. But here I am 15 years later. I've been waiting to exact my revenge on what a pig in a blanket should be. It should literally be a fucking pig in a blanket. If that's not what it's gonna be, you should just call them little dick rolls.
It's...
Got this pig over here, but it's frozen, so we're gonna throw it in this kiddie pool full of warm water.
Wait, so someone's actually going to make a literal pig in a blanket for this guy now?
Yes, yeah, watch this.
Okay, this is more of a visual thing. We're doing internet radio, so but that's check it out. Go to YouTube, pig in a blanket, and all right. Let's see. Neo sent us another link. Grandmother buys building and finds classic arcade games. Wow, these look pretty damn old.
That's cool.
Yeah, that looks like like older than what you're probably picturing right now. 55 arcade cabinets, with the majority being upright Arrow Cities cabinets. And
nice.
Okay, because that's what I saw, a lot of Arrow City, and I'm like, I don't know what that is. But then they list that there are some classic ones in here: Donkey Kong, Metal Slug X, Super Puzzle Fighter 2X.
Nice, the Neo Geos.
Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Tetris, and many others.
Nice. Do you have any Japanese sit-downs?
I don't know.
Any blast CDs? Blast CDs are cool.
That's all it says, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
buy a building,
cool.
find a bunch of arcade games. That's score. That's a great
score.
one.
Get some money back off of that.
Yeah.
Or you know what? You make your own arcade and something, and you charge people to play.
There you go.
Yep.
And I guess that's about all I really. Did you send me a link earlier this week? I need to bring up your chat log and see.
I've sent you a couple during the week and a half.
All right, let me view the
2
log.
weeks, something like that. But
it's long.
I don't even remember why I sent you. It's been so long.
Let's see. Traffic lights, toilet, Hollywood Bowl. What the? All right, we got to find out what this link is that Mars sent us on my birthday.
That was the last one I sent you.
Yeah, you sent me that on my birthday.
Yeah, I figured that you needed that.
Oh my God! You know what? I completely forgot. You know who else's birthday lands in the same week as my birthday?
Whose?
Hey, Gothard.
What?
Happy birthday, Gothard. A little late.
Gothard, it's your birthday? What?
It was his birthday.
Yes.
What?
We're about a week
What
late.
was your birthday? Oh. Well, that's good.
Yes, so we are both now 35.
Oh my goodness, you guys are ancient. Put you together, you don't even equal Venison's age, so it's okay.
That's true. That's very true. Oh shit! I should send you something. Huh? What should I send you? Hey,
you should send him a 16.
You know what? This website with the stream sells CDs, so you know.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Gothard. I didn't mean to give him the idea.
So I could buy a CD of Seaberg background music for Gothard for his birthday.
Oh, poor Gothard.
They have a Christmas CD too.
Ooh.
The collection of Seaberg Christmas background music. There we go. Good stuff.
Wow.
Ah, shit. I forgot to IM you on your birthday, and that's why you did IM me on my birthday.
The only reason I knew is Neo said that Facebook told her it was your birthday.
Yeah, Facebook's good for reminding people of things like that.
Yeah, Facebook. That's the only reason I have Facebook was to sign up for birthdays.
Yep.
I don't remember my password, but it still sends me notifications.
Well, hey Gothard, here's version 4 of this, and it's done. It's done. I'm IMing you a link to download a really big file. This is the final version of the holy shit reel-to-reel tapes that were found on eBay.
Nice. Ooh, I got a message.
All right, let's read this link that Mars sent us.
I have a kitty.
Yay! Neo's here.
I have a kitty.
You have a kitty.
Yes.
Well, we know that.
No. This one's named Buddha.
Buddha. So you have a new kitty?
Yes.
Is it a kitten?
Yes.
Ah.
Is it fluffy?
Is Midnight jealous?
Yes, she is, and it's fluffy.
Did it shit on your bed?
No, it has not.
Oh. Okay, well, it's not official until it shits on your bed.
I know.
Did it claw and chew on your vibrator?
I don't have a vibrator.
Well, then that's a no.
No, that just means Neo's lying to us.
No, I really
Then
don't
we
have a
just take it
vibrator.
as a no.
Oh, so you use vegetables then?
No.
Okay.
He's fighting with his sister. It's adorable.
It is a problem. All right, so here's the basically Mars sent me a link about public bathrooms installing traffic lights at the bathroom stalls. Now I thought usually.
Well, I just thought you might need those gators. That's all.
Well, I thought. Well, I tend not to use bathroom stalls.
I know, but this would make it handier.
I only poop at home. I don't go pooping out in public or at work.
I know.
I only, not unless it's a absolute emergency. I think at work there's only been 2 times that I've set foot in a stall.
Yeah, I get to work and I go, I gotta poop in the morning and poop in the afternoon. Usually, if I'm there late, I poop at night.
No, I.
Have you ever used the bathroom upstairs, Johnny?
Yes, I have.
No. At work.
The only time I've used the upstairs bathroom is when I had to pee in a cup. But that was only to pee in a cup. So
we had a guy before you came to work for us that would only go up to those upstairs bathrooms to use them.
And I understand that.
He had some issues. That was just a sign.
I don't think that's a sign. I think that's reasonable because I really don't like the idea. Because when you utilize the when you make use of a toilet, it's not a silent process, and I'm not one to share those sounds with my fellow coworkers.
Oh, I have no problem doing that. I make as much noise as I can.
I think you have some issues there, Johnny.
No, I don't think that's.
You just have to. I mean, it's just a bodily function. You're taking a dump.
And I know that, but
not a big deal.
I know that, but I don't like sharing that. I don't like other people being in the room with me when I'm doing that. And I know not everyone has that issue, but I don't think there's anything wrong with being that way.
This other guy actually had many, many issues, and that was just one of the issues.
Okay, now the other issues are issues. That was perfectly fine. But I don't like, you see, but I just make a point to do everything I can to arrange it so that the need doesn't arise at work or away from home. You know, I'm not gonna, utilizing the bathroom upstairs. I see that as being an acceptable solution because the upstairs ones are just individual bathrooms. They're not public bathrooms with multiple stalls. But I don't know. I feel like, see, that you're talking about it is the reason why I wouldn't do that. Because that is an activity one could observe and then go, well, what's up with that? And I don't want people
That's what I do.
I don't want people talking about what's up with my bathroom habits, you know? So I'm not going to do any observable weird things.
You do observable weird things all the time anyway.
Yeah, but they don't involve bathroom stuff.
Well, have you listened to the show, Gators?
Well, bathroom humor. I don't go to the bathroom on this show.
Oh, I do.
You do. See, you're the one that that's perfectly fine with, taking a dump live on the air,
Yeah, I have no problem. I actually, if I make a lot of noise, I crack up. Other people are like, oh my god, and I'm like, hey, you stank too.
And actually, the show is different because I believe I have taken a piss live on this show multiple times.
Oh, there you go.
But that was when I was in Maine, and the bathroom was right next to where I was sitting, so I could easily bring the mic in with me. And I was drunk, and I really don't care about what goes on in this show. But I wouldn't, make a display of using the bathroom at work.
Oh.
I'm a different person on this show than I am in real life. Brian,
what?
Brian, would you say I'm a more extreme version of myself on this show than I am at work?
Not at all.
Oh, come on. Give me a break, man. I'm not that bad at work. Why are you laughing?
Hey, Mars, don't you think it's true that sometimes people just live in their own delusions?
Okay.
Once in a while, but then there's other people that say, you know what, I will be
Brian.
a completely different person and then relax later.
All right, Brian, what's the weirdest thing you can think of I've done at work?
Pantsless Friday, of course.
That didn't really happen. That was just a story we made up for this show.
I hear there's a pantsless week coming up, though.
No. Brian, what's the weirdest thing I've done at work?
I'd have to think about it. I can't come up with
See, you can't come up with anything weird I do. I'm pretty normal.
Did you poop in the decaf
Well,
coffee
you
pot?
do hold. Let's put it this way: you do hold back at work a little bit.
Little bit.
But then again, this wouldn't be no holds barred if you if you held back.
See, I talk about different things, that's about it. Is that I talk about my abnormal interests. I make odd comments. I think that's about it. And is that really that bad? I think it makes work more interesting, if anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Brian, why don't you say I make the office a more interesting place to be? Hold your laugh.
We probably should change the channel. Oh, isn't it time to end the show?
What?
What is that supposed to be, Brian? Oh, come
Total
on.
dodge.
Come on, Brian. You've come home with stories about the shit I've said. I'm sure.
Uh-oh.
This is why your wife doesn't want to go to dinner with
Aw, who would want to go to dinner with gators?
someone who doesn't like abnormal people.
I would never go to dinner with gators.
We've
Jesus
gone
Christ.
to dinner several times, Gothard.
Never.
Well, I suppose after the last place I picked, I could understand.
Wait, what did you pick last time?
Well, I'm talking about in Maine. The last night in Maine, I picked this awful Chinese buffet for dinner. In my defense, someone who's an idiot recommended it.
Oh.
Is that the person that thinks that good Chinese food comes out of a can by a name guy, Chung King?
No, it was a guy I worked with at Walmart in Rockland who suggested.
Well, you're not supposed to take advice from someone that works at Walmart.
I was working at Walmart at the time. I've worked at Walmart, but yeah, I should have known not to take that guy's.
I mean, just the whole phrase, the way you put it there, Mars. Taking advice from a guy that works at Walmart. That's just precious.
Well, I don't know. Do you think anybody took Gators' advice when they worked at Walmart?
People came back to the Walmart I worked at asking me for advice.
Oh.
But then again, you're talking about a person at Walmart.
Okay, Gators, you have to realize the clientele. You don't have to try very hard at Walmart to get people to say, "Oh, I need more advice."
Well,
they're going to a Walmart.
The thing is that in the electronics department at a Walmart, people want to know very basic things like how to properly hook up their DVD player to their TV, or what they need to do to get the DVD player to work on an ancient TV, or why does my DVD player not work when I have it on channel 3 on my modern TV? And these are easy questions to answer and explain. And when you explain something to someone and they get it and they're then able to hook up their DVD, they immediately think, oh my God, this guy is the expert on TVs and DVD players. And they would come back, seek me out for follow-up questions.
Would you go to Radio Shack to get technical answers questioned?
I wouldn't.
Oh, hell no. Unless it was Elf.
The reason why you don't do that?
Because I know what I'm doing.
No. Let's just say average Joe shouldn't go to Radio Shack to get advice. You know why they shouldn't?
Most of the people that work there don't know.
Because Radio Shack doesn't hire somebody for their technical ability.
Right. And neither does Walmart. But I needed a job, and I happen to have technical abilities. And,
well, for sure.
The customers figured that out.
I helped out a lot of people with technical issues.
And customers figured that out and came back to you.
Right. But in general, you don't go to Walmart, you don't go to Radio Shack to get... Because there's a lot of people that think, oh, Radio Shack, they'll know.
Right. And
surely they're hired because of technical ability.
And more people were sorely disappointed.
If you talk to somebody at the Best Buy with, that's in the Geek Squad, has the shirt, the whole thing, oh, he has technical ability. The answer is, no, he's not. Actually, he might get a little bit of training, but chances are he has very little technical ability.
Right. I mean, and the thing is that...
I mean, if you traded your job to a Best Buy Geek Squad job, you would probably be the brightest guy in the place.
Well, and the thing is, though, I do have to say, to be fair, when I worked at the Walmarts, the other people, I worked in the electronics department both time, and I requested it because it's like, hey, I know about this stuff.
That was what you're interested in.
That's what I'm interested in. That's what I'm good at. If you put me there, that's where I'm going to shine. Now, I know to you I'm just a body with hands and legs, and I could, do the menial tasks you require anywhere, but I'm asking for electronics. And if what you're asking for is available, they'll put you there. And I've been lucky enough, 2 of the 3 times I worked at Walmart, that what I was asking for was available, and they put me there, and I shined. And but other people that were in there, it seems to be that people gravitate to where they know things about. So, none of us that were working in the electronics at Walmart were looking for a career working electronics retail. But we were mostly young males that knew how to hook up a DVD player. So we could answer most questions about anything in that department. And
right, but again, I mean, the only point is there's certainly no guarantee that you're going to get that.
There's no guarantee. Every now and then you get a senior citizen and they needed someone else in electronics, and they threw the old guy in there, and he was friendly and he knew how to stock the shelves, but he would ask one of us for help if someone started asking how to hook the DVD player up. And,
right.
But also, if you work in there long enough, you pick up the things as you go along, too. But, yeah, there's no guarantee, and you're not hired for your expertise. And they don't really give you extensive training. But
when I worked at Radio Shack, there was a guy that came in to work, as a coworker at a store. This was a bigger mall store, so we could have more than one person on the floor. And technically, he just did not know jack shit. It was unbelievable.
Wow.
But his sales numbers were unbelievably high.
Well, he's good at bullshit.
Absolutely. It was astounding to watch. At first it was kind of intimidating because, why does this dumb shit get all the sales?
Right.
Sales guy. He admitted, we had a conversation with, he was perfectly happy if he was selling shoes at a shoe store. He was the type of guy who could sell anything. Well, then again, his sales experience was New York City. He had a shop in Times Square area before it turned into Slime Square.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically said he closed his shop because the only way to continue to make money is to sell porn or have girls.
Right.
Prostitute.
Yeah.
So he closed his business. He had buku experience selling. That's what he did.
So
it was
right.
You never would think that was an unbelievable skill. This guy had the skill. The most hilarious part is his toupee. Sometimes he'd come in, it was a rough night or whatever, and the toupee was, it was not sitting on his head right. You had to sit back and not laugh.
Nice.
But I mean, he was awesome. He was an awesome sales guy. Didn't know jack shit about the stuff. In fact, you look at a customer who says, that guy, you could actually sell him something that's much more expensive. You could bump the guy up. But no, he was just in to get the sale done. Hey, this is what you want. Boom, out of here. It was astounding to watch.
Cool. It's interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting. It blew me away. But at first, like I say, at first I was kind of pissed off. Who the hell is this schmuck? Well, he was the guy that just knew how to sell, had the ability.
Right.
If I have that, hell no. I can make a sale, but...
Yeah, and I'm the same way. I could make a sale, but I don't know if I'd want to make a long-term... Because I remember when I was working at Walmart, I had a coworker named Rich, who he had been in the electronics department for quite a while, and he ran to a bit of a... And he was really good at what he did. I don't know if he was, good as a long-term salesman, but, he did fine. But he reached a point where he was not available to work on Sundays. And he told management, I can't work on Sundays because, he had a kind of a short, long-distance relationship. His girlfriend was in Philadelphia, so he usually traveled down to Philly on Saturday and spend Sunday there, and then he'd be back Monday. And management kept scheduling him for Sundays, even though he kept telling them, I can't come in Sundays, and I'm not going to come in Sundays. And they kept scheduling him for Sundays, and he kept not showing up on his scheduled shifts for Sundays. And rather than work with him to fix this scheduling issue, they decided, well, you've not showed up too many times, we're firing you. And he's like, I told you I couldn't work Sunday. Why did you keep scheduling me Sunday when I told you I wasn't home and couldn't come in on Sunday? And so they were just like, nah, you're gone. You're fired, which pissed us off because he'd been working with us longer. He'd been working there, like, he was one of the longest workers in there, so he'd been there as long as we've been there, longer. He knew stuff. We all liked him. We were all friends with him. And as far as we could see, he was doing a good job. It was management that was fucking things up. But management didn't see it that way.
Management is notorious for not trying to accommodate the employee. I mean, I worked at this place. There were a bunch of Hasidic Jews that worked there, and they couldn't work on Saturday. Well, they altered the time schedule. We were doing this round-the-clock bull crap, 12 hours on, 12 hours off. So there were 4 different shifts over the week, 4 different 12-hour shifts that split up the week. And, the way it landed, you're going to work on a Saturday either morning or evening. I mean, there was no way around it. And these guys go, hey, our religious faith says we can't. And the company would not bend. It's like, hey, you know what? I could work your Tuesday, or your Saturday, and you work my Tuesday. You could have just asked. But no, the company had its head up its ass.
Yeah, that's bullshit when that happened. Like, there was one of my coworkers at the bank when I was a teller in Maine. She got a job with, damn it, what was that credit card company that moved into the state and started fucking things up?
MBNA.
MBNA. And she lived.
Oh, yeah.
She lived on the island, and so she had to be at the last ferry by a certain time. And so when they interviewed her for the job, she told them, "I live on Islesboro. I need to be at the ferry at this time, so I have to be able to leave by this time." Oh yeah, sure, that won't be a problem. Well, she started working. That was a problem. She started leaving at that time. They started telling her to stop doing it. She kept doing it. They fired her. And it's like, dude, you signed up for that. What the fuck? If you weren't going to accommodate her, she was upfront about it. You should have just said no instead of go through this bullshit song and dance.
Right.
Leaders.
Yes?
I'm going to say goodnight.
Okay.
I'm falling asleep.
Did you get the link?
Good night, Gothard.
Did you get the link I sent?
Maybe, but I'll message you if I can't get it up.
Okay. Well,
Happy late birthday, Gothard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll
happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
And you know what I learned today?
What did you learn?
What?
The default address for a Linksys IP-based camera system.
Nice.
Is it at 192.168.1.4 or .2.1 or something?
No, actually, it was .0.040 or something.
Ah.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
That's exciting.
Odd one.
All right.
So.
Well, hey, thanks for joining us.
That's cool.
Have a good sleep.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So, anyways, they fired this guy, and I remember him talking about, it was the assistant manager that was over our department that was on his case and like, yeah, we're getting rid of you. You're being fired. The store manager went along with it, but I think the store manager knew there was some bullshit going on there. He was very like, hey, I'm sorry to see you go, man. Sorry it has to be this way. Gave him a nice firm handshake before, after doing all the paperwork. And so I guess the store manager didn't want to override the assistant manager that was making the call to fire the guy. And at that point, I was like, this is such bullshit. I wanted to walk out. I also needed a paycheck. And he went and got a job at Circuit City. And he was talking about, hey, Circuit City's working out good. It pays commission, but I'm making more than I made at Walmart. And I'm like, are they hiring? And he goes, oh, yeah, they're hiring. Heck, I'll put in a good word for you. Why don't you come apply? And so I applied. I didn't hear anything back. I applied again. I heard back. I came in for an interview. I interviewed. I never heard anything back after that. But the point is my dad kept on recommending against it. He kept on saying, "I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should go work for commission. You don't got the personality for." And my dad's like, "Nothing against you. I don't have the personality for it either. People that work in sales, they have a certain personality about that, and we just don't have that." And I'm like, "Oh, I'll be fine. I'm selling stuff at Walmart all the time. People come back to find me because I know what I'm talking about. And, I give it to them, tell them what they need to know, just straightforward, honest with them. People respect that. People come back to me for that. I think that'll work.
Well, the company we work for, you know who the best sales guy is?
The guy that's got his own office.
Rhymes with bus.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not a sales guy from background. He's more of a techie guy.
Yeah.
And he knows how to talk to his customers. So he's extremely successful, and all the other sales guys are jealous as hell. It's unbelievable to watch. His sales numbers are always through the roof.
Oh, yeah, he makes big money.
Look at that guy, his sales.
Yeah, well, I know he makes big money, and I know MP has told me. And plus, one of the things about him is that if he ever needs a piece of equipment that we won't buy him, he just buys one. And that's how we've had things show up, like printers. It's like, when did you get that? Oh, yeah, I brought that in.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
The company policy of no outside equipment just never sticks.
I don't even think do we have an official policy like that?
Well, no.
we frown
in fact,
upon that stuff.
That monitor I left in my office when I left.
What's that?
There was that big monitor that I had sitting in the corner of my office when I left.
That was yours?
Yeah, what happened to it?
Was it a CRT or an LCD?
Yeah, big CRT.
Oh, that's probably e-wasted by now.
Because it was a good monitor.
But it's a CRT. Who cares?
Yeah.
Did you want that?
Yeah. No, that's why I left it.
You wanted us to throw it out for you.
Or actually, I had suggested over the years that, oh, by the way, if somebody needs a nice, big screen.
Nobody wants a CRT monitor.
I know, because they got their head up their ass. It was bigger than most monitors that were there.
Which made it more heavier and a bigger pain they has to lug around.
Yeah, well, how many people even move the monitor?
Yeah, I would say, Gators, I need a really big CRT, and I am all the way on the other side of the building. Gators, you need to bring this to me now.
No. Well, CRT monitors take up desk space. You get an LCD that's the same size, you got more real estate on your desk.
CRT will give you a suntan.
I don't want a suntan.
Actually, you know what I would do if I need a big computer? I'd buy myself a 42-inch 1080p and just stick it on my desk.
Yeah.
There you go. I'd have a big-ass computer monitor. There you go. Oh my goodness!
I think it's time.
Finally! Time to end the show.
What do you mean finally?
What do you mean finally, Brian? We all know the rest of your day is downhill from here.
That's right.
It's exactly what his Fitbit will tell him.
If you really had something better to do, you would have hung up hours ago.
My goodness.
Well, I'll be thinking about that. Actually, I started.
Uh-oh, Gators.
I could have breakfast in peace.
Oh, come on. You like it here. We like having you here, too. I just like teasing. You know me.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
But I did come up with what I learned today.
What have you learned today?
Come up with the line that gets under your skin.
What's that?
Right, Mars?
What? I'm sorry. About what?
I came up with the line that got under Johnny's skin.
Yeah.
What line is that?
You're a liberal or you're a Democrat. Therefore, you don't understand personal responsibility.
Well,
see, there's a little problem with this one, actually, Brian.
What?
Never mind.
Oh, so you're also a... you decline to say. Well,
I decline to say, but...
I consider myself a liberal leaning.
But Mars, it's funnier when a drop headline like that is directed at a person. So he got.
Well, that was an insult, so I took offense to it, and
But-
rightfully so.
Of course it was.
But I don't consider myself a Democrat. I consider myself a liberal-leaning independent who happens to vote Democrat most of the time.
It was funny.
No, it was. And part of the funny was my reaction. I went along with it.
Of course. I mean, that's the whole thing. It was to get a reaction. I mean, I can't use it again, right?
Probably not.
Well, wait a minute. I did use it twice, didn't
Well,
I?
this show is based on repetitive humor, so I mean,
Right,
yeah, certainly you could keep throwing that line out.
In case we didn't get someone to hang up on us before the second time.
Yeah. Yeah. The question is how far into that conversation did Dude make it before he tuned out?
Poor Dude.
Oh, we love Dune, and I don't think we said anything too offensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Missed you last Saturday or Sunday, Dude.
We did, because Dune was unable to do the show this past Sunday because he was busy mowing the lawn. We got audio on that.
Yes.
Holy crap! He left that stream going and he went and mowed the lawn.
No, Dune basically called me and said, "Oh, I can't do the show because I got to mow the lawn." So I had to do the show without him on Sunday.
Wow.
But I had the sound effect ready to go, so he was there in spirit.
Yes.
Because I had a sound effect of a lawnmower that only lasted 20 seconds, so I made a 30-minute loop out of it so that we could, keep it going for long periods of time. Because that's how I roll, I would put that on hold. Why listen to crappy hold music you don't like anyways when you could just listen to a lawnmower going for 30 minutes?
Yeah, but you'd have to have 2 air cups to do that. You need 2 phones to call in then.
Anyways, so that's what Brian learned. What did Mars learn?
I learned that you use a pump to make your soft tire hard.
An air compressor.
Okay, well you compress air then.
Okay. And
That's all I've learned.
And I've learned...
Mars? I think I just learned that too.
There you go.
And I've learned that apparently my work bathroom habits are considered weird by some.
I never heard that being called.
You never heard what?
Being called a tire before.
What being called a tire?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
my tires on my car needed
Mars
air.
It's a white wall.
Mars is following the line. Gators is not.
Whatever.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well.
There's rubber involved, whatever it is.
Rubber. What? No.
That's right.
Well, it is funny. I remember when I worked, back when I was working for the garbage company, sometimes I found certain magazines for free that I would sneak home. And after a while, you get to a point where it's like, fuck magazines, I want to watch some video. And so I started asking the guys around, hey, any of you got any videos that I could borrow? Videos, videotape and video, you know what I mean? No, wink,
know
wink,
what I mean,
nudge,
know what I
nudge.
mean?
Yeah. And so the one guy goes, yeah, I got one for you. He gives me this videotape that's done labeled. And I brought it home. And I go up to my room. I close the door. I lock the door. I grab the things that I need. I put the tape in the VCR. I hit the play button. Michelin presents All You Need to Know About Tires. Oh,
yes!
I was so pissed. Because I was
hilarious.
I was ready to go. And
dude, maybe he recorded over it. Maybe it was did you fast forward through the whole tape to watch it?
I did fast forward, and it was all about tires. And I came in,
hilarious.
Awesome.
I came into
That's
work
awesome.
the next
You're
morning.
expecting a Debbie Does Donkey or something like that?
Well, I was expecting something
Ew.
more normal, but yeah. So I come into work the next day. I'm like, you bastards. They go, what? Did you not like the part about the rim? And I'm like,
You know, you should have done it. You should have watched instead of
Nice.
and then they were like, I bet after you were done watching that tape, you were rather tired. I bet you probably need to retread your hand after that. And I was just like,
Did you rub it bald?
oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
But Charlie Tuna, guy named Charlie that they called Charlie Tuna, he hooked me up because he said, "Hey, yeah, I heard you ask about some tapes." He threw me a bag filled with tapes he brought in from home. Here you go.
A bag?
A bag of tapes he brought in from home.
Oh,
Here you go.
God.
Enjoy. And that is how I found the porn that involved an animated alien with a big nose that turned into a penis after rubbing his nose and started, animated fucking the live girl that was masturbating herself, which was the weirdest fucking thing. Well, no, that actually wasn't the weirdest thing I've ever seen in porn, but it's one that stands out. And I wish I still had that tape because of how fucked up that was, but I
Have you looked on YouTube?
no. I don't know what search terms.
Chirpy's there. I mean, what else can you get?
I don't know what search terms to put in to find that specific thing, but
Animated penis nose and something else.
Yeah, let me tell you the stuff that I saw when I searched for those terms. Okay, Brian, anything else you learned this week now?
I don't know. That I think covers it.
I've learned it doesn't matter how bad this show gets. Brian keeps coming back for more every week. Anyways, thank you everyone for listening to the Suburban Homeboys. Be sure to check out our websites, www.nhbradio.com, www.wildbunchradio.com, and for all your podcast needs, www.podcast2, that's podcasttwo.com. Thank you everyone for listening. Good night.
So,